Hey, hey, SBG Solution Based Gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharoon, Bracy, and the Wildest. Wake up morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lurk. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG Solution Based Gang.
Oh, my. Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? What up, Tucson? Good day to you, the beautiful Miss J. How you doing? Angie B, baby, good day to you. How I'm sound? Am I coming through clear? You can hear me well? It's interesting time. It's an interesting time. We had a great show yesterday. I appreciate everybody that was here yesterday. Shout out to everybody that hit that like and the share button. We need more people hitting the likes and the share button. This is how we keep building great conversations, great discussions. Happy, terrific Tuesday. I like that. This is how we keep on building great combos. I think yesterday I did a hell of a job on my monologue. I don't know. I did a hell of a job. So, for me, late last night, I wound up hearing Bomb Panel. And she said, Taz said he wanted to hit me up. Well, Taz, if you out there, I'm willing to listen. If you there, let it be known that you are there, and I'll drop the link. Also, I heard somebody else complaining about me yesterday, because I'm not sure if Taz was complaining about me. I don't think he was complaining. Big J, though, he was on another platform complaining about how great Sharon is, and he just couldn't understand why is Sharon so great. He was upset. Corinne Mackey, good day to you. He was so upset that we are doing, like we doing what we do. Big J said, I'm tired of Sharon always being right all the time. Big J was like, God damn it, how come Sharon is always smiling? God damn it, why is Sharon always correct? Nobody disagrees with him, but they always want to bother him. What up, B-Seasons? Uda. They have me waiting. Thank you, Uda. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so look, Big J, if you in the audience, you let yourself be known that you're here, and I'll be glad to drop the link for you as well. I just always find it so interesting how I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't. If I stay in my little corner of YouTube, look, ADS, they say I'm scary. I don't want to go talk to nobody. And if I stay here, they say I'm hiding behind all of my audience and everybody else and all of the other panelists. I'm hiding from a real conversation because they are so scary. Because these men got all of the correct answers and I got all of the wrong ones. But yet, well, if it's Unc be streaming, well, if it's DJ Switch Doctor, well, if it's Big Titty J, well, if it's Gossiping Taz, I don't know. I don't know. I don't never run. And then when I go to other panels, they get mad at me for that as well. They say, God damn it, Sherrod, because you are out here promoting other people, because you go on other channels and you have difficult conversations with other people. Even the people that they suggest I go and talk to, I had disagreements and conversations with those people. They still mad at me. It's wild. It's a weird thing to see and hear. It is nothing I can actually do. Only thing I can do is keep being honest and keep being myself. Something that a lot of these men are afraid to do, clearly. A lot of men, what it seems like, the ones that have an issue with me without saying the words that they have an issue with, is that they are upset that I have the audacity to be 100% myself. With my good, with my bad, and my indifferent. I let it all out. It don't matter. I don't care. I'm proud of everything that I built. My good and my bad. You know, people mainly, when they happen to argue with me, what they try to do, they would try to hold me to my 18-year-old self, not knowing that I'm old. I'll be 45 next month. They keep saying, but what about the time when you was back then? And they keep trying to, and they don't even know my story because I never told it. They are upset that I got the nerve to be 100% authentically myself. I hope you keep it 100 because I heard those people coming. I hope you as real as you say you are. Because all that shit you said, you got to stand on it. You said what you said, that's that. Stop acting like you something that you are not. You feel me, Udo? I hope you keep it 100. I heard them people coming. I hope you as real as you say. I hope you as real as you say. Because all that shit come out to light, bro. Like, it doesn't make sense to hide it. You know what I'm saying? You got to try to keep some things private. You know, some things you got to attempt to keep private and keep it off the internet as much as you possibly can, right? Some things is too nuanced to put on the internet. Ms. J, I don't think it's because of the internet necessarily. I think it's because most of the men that look at me, they don't understand how I can have the audacity to be 100% authentically myself. That is the real issue. They think that my past is shaky and jaded and damaging enough that I need to be lying and hiding behind all of these BS talking points. But I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm gonna keep it 99 plus 1. That's 100. What up, Shiesty? Shout out to my girl Shiesty, man. Me and Shiesty have an interesting relationship, man. Like when we first started, she used to be cooking my ass up. Now that's my homie for life. It's crazy. It's crazy how that goes. But you know what? Shiesty be keeping it 100. When she agree with me, she rock with me. When she disagree with me, she tell me. Good day, Myrene. I could rock with somebody like that. She don't got no ill intentions for me. A lot of these men, they have ill intentions for me, right? They looking for any little thing. They don't even need a full story. And then they would go and jump out the window and curse me out and say all types of egregious things about me and mine. They'll look for anything to go and say, finally I could say something negative about Sharon. Or because when I say things, it hurts something in their soul. Because I put that mirror up to their ass. I get their ass looking at that man in the mirror. Oh yeah, I'm asking if you change your ways. Oh yeah, the man in the mirror. If you look at yourself, the better man, you won't have to bend over your ass like Adrian Bronner. Hey, na 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 na. They'll create this fake narrative. They'll create all these crazy fake narratives that are not true. People will witness these things and still believe some kind of fake narrative just because they don't like me. It's crazy. It's wild, man. You know what I'm saying? So, Sean, I would love for them to be able to attempt to put the mirror up so I could be, I'm always holding myself accountable every single day. Every single day I hold myself accountable. The issue is they want what they thought of me is to be true. And what you eat don't make me ish. I don't give a damn what you think. I don't give a damn if you think I'm jazzy hands. I don't give a damn if you think I'm gay. I don't give a damn if you think my family is X, Y, and Z. I don't care about your thoughts about me because your thoughts about me are not true. You can't even substantiate why you mad at me. Majority of these men that claim they have an issue with me, you hear them talk, they never actually mention me. They will say everything else in the world but me. They are upset at the things that I have or what is perceived that I have. Because I don't even brag for real. Shit is crazy to me. But again, if anybody's seen Taz, tell him that I'll drop the link. I heard he had something to say to me. Anybody see Big J? I heard he has something to say. I'll drop the link for him. These men would say I have the jazziest hands and they'll question my manhood, but yet, you know, they heroes be bending over and throwing it back on a younger man. And then that younger man would say, hey, that ass is fat though. You know what I'm saying? They would go around and have a conversation about some goddamn Chud the Builder. Chud the Builder be antagonizing. Shut your punk ass up. Why the hell you even know who the hell Chud the Builder is? He ain't shit. He ain't nobody. He ain't nothing but another degenerate. A lot of black men is the reason why Chud the Builder even exists. Wasn't Chud the Builder on other black channels? Y'all gave him that light. Hey, Chud the Builder walk around and tag him. Shut up. You ain't gonna do shit. All of a sudden you want to talk about it. He been doing this shit for years. You ain't gonna do shit about it. Shut up. You more racist than goddamn Chud, huh? I could drop the link for your ass too. You know, another idiot comedian on that Kevin Hart roast. That white comedian said that dumbass racist joke. He knew what he was doing. He was trying to get something. He was trying to get black people to notice him. You goddamn right, I'm getting pissy with you. God damn it. He want to go say, you know, that was just a horrible joke, especially for a white man to say. Made it even more. Like, it was already a zero joke, right? He brought it underneath the ground because you're a white man too. That joke was horrible. Why would you say a George Floyd? What is the obsession with George Floyd? These white people have an obsession with characters like George Floyd. And I don't really understand it. For some reason, healed people is a very difficult thing to get an interview with. It's a difficult thing to have a conversation about. The man said for a Kevin Hart joke, hey, George Floyd is looking up at us now. What he said? Holding his talking about he can't breathe because he's laughing so hard. That's so distasteful. That was so distasteful. First of all, what you mean that George Floyd is looking up? What is that supposed to mean? Some cucumbers? I don't know. What is that supposed to mean? That's a sick, disgusting joke, my friend. What does it mean that George Floyd is looking up? What is that insinuating, number one? That's number one. The very first part of the joke is just disgusting. And then now that he's looking up, he's saying that he can't breathe because he's dying laughing. He's laughing so hard that he can't breathe. Bruh. That's crazy. Hopefully all the black manosphere would get on that white boy neck and talk about that. Hopefully all those black manosphere men can hop online in one accord and explain how white men need to stop being so obsessed with George Floyd. This is 2026, they still talking about George Floyd. In a joking manner. And it doesn't matter if you're a comedian or not. That was disgusting. Ain't no excuses for that. No excuses for it. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen to no other group of people. Hopefully they'll talk about it. But I did also see, and I thought it was interesting, right? Cynthia G, she said a comment that I thought it sparked a lot of thoughts in my mind. It sparked a lot of thoughts in my mind. Make sure that let me see how we doing today on the likes and the shares. Let's see. Are we in the right state of mind? Hopefully, maybe y'all just forgot. Maybe y'all just forgot. Make sure y'all hit the like and the share button. I'm pretty sure because I sparked so much thought patterns in your mind that you forget to hit the like button and hit the share button. You know what I'm saying? Once we hit the like and the share button, we can get more people in here and there'll be more fun for us to have conversation with the more people we have here. It is that simple. Thank you. You can put it in the refrigerator for now. Now we're going to chew on it. Don't talk. And I just want to make it clear. And and sometimes people don't even realize that they just being haters because they don't really mean to be haters, but it's just some kind of hate that they have in their heart. Yeah, saying things like this is hate, is being a hater. It's off topic, have nothing to do with what we talking about. That's being literally a hater. In real time. I don't even know if they mean it. I think that it is just okay for non-creative men to attack people that's actually doing the work. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Cynthia G said something pretty interesting the other day. And it made me start thinking. I could be completely off. I'm going to drop the link so we can have a conversation about this one comment that she said. This one comment that she said produced a lot of thoughts in my head. And what Cynthia G said, are Black women safer with the system than with Black men? Sheesh. That is one serious question. You know, let me put that as a poll. Let me put that as a poll question. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put that as a poll question. While y'all getting the likes up and everything, I'm gonna put that as a poll question. We need to get to 200 likes, y'all. Figure it out. It's very simple. Hit the likes, hit the shares. It's very simple to support. We're just having a discussion. So the question she asked, and you know what? Let's put a 1 in the chat if you agree, put a 2 in the chat if you don't. Are Black women safer with the system than with Black men? So 1 if you agree, 2 if you disagree. I need to have an understanding. Oh my goodness. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Oh my God. It's going to be an interesting show. All right. So I'm asked one more time. Are Black women safer with the system than with Black men? Now, that is a dangerous sentence. Not dangerous because it's emotional. Dangerous because there's enough truth in parts of it to make people uncomfortable. And whenever truth and pain gets in the same Uber together, the internet loses its mind. See, when somebody says Black women are safer on the American system than partnering with a Black man, some brothers hear that, and what they hear is Black men are useless. Some women hear that, and they like, finally, somebody said it. And babe, if you watching, can you please bring me the chapstick, please? Sorry. Hopefully you're listening. And everybody, and I mean everybody logs in on ready to fight instead of listening. But Let's slow this down, because if we're going to have this conversation, we got to do two things, right? We got to tell the truth, and then we got to survive the truth. We have to tell the truth, and then we got to survive the truth. Now, statistically, there are areas where Black men in America are struggling heavily. Education gaps, income gaps, incarceration rates, employment instability, higher homicide rates, mental health neglect, mental health neglect. That's not opinion. That is not opinion. That's documented reality. A Black boy in America can start life already behind before he even learns in cursive. I don't know, do they still teach in cursive in the school? Good day to you, fantasy. People love saying, well, everybody got choices. Yeah, but everybody ain't starting on the same level. Everybody's not starting on the same level in the video games. Some kids spawn in Beverly Hills. Some spawn next to generational trauma and liquor stores. That matters. Now, at the same time, Black women have become one of the most educated groups in America. That's real too. Many Black women are earning degrees, buying homes, starting businesses, raising children, and building stability while feeling like a lot of men around them are emotionally, financially, or mentally unavailable. The frustration is real. My frustration with y'all hitting that like and the share button is real as well. The frustration for women are real. You can't dismiss it. A woman working 10 hours, raising kids, paying bills, then coming home to a grown man acting like life is optional? Yeah. She's gonna have opinions. But where's the conversation gets tricky, because once pain become identity, people start making and speaking from healing and start speaking from hurt. And hurt people don't just describe problems, they exaggerate conclusions. You know, you see saying some Black men need improvement. It's one conversation. Saying the American system is safer than a Black man is a whole different conversation. I guess that's why my hairline haven't been moving. Because now you comparing imperfect human relationships to a system that historically destroyed Black families for profit. This is what we was trying to explain to Shadow yesterday. Let's talk about that same system that gave us redlining, mass incarceration, the crack epidemic, predatory policing, underfunded schools, wage gaps, housing discrimination. The system ain't exactly your anti-banking cookies. I need some water, goddamn, because I'm cooking up. This country built industries off of Black instability. So, you know, when people say the system protects Black women better, I gotta ask, protects them how? If the system is protecting Black women better, I gotta ask, protects them how? Because Black women still have higher maternal mortality rates, still face pay inequality, still carry enormous stress burdens, still ought to become caretakers of everybody else. The system gives assistance sometimes, yes, but assistance ain't the same as protection. That life raft is not the same as a healthy boat. It just ain't. And brothers gotta be honest too. Brothers gotta be honest too. Some Black men have failed families. Some men abandoned responsibility. Some normalize cheating. We hear them all the time. Emotional immaturity. We can see them in the chat. They cannot stick to the topic to save their life. And then when I drop the link, most of these men are not going to hit the link and say a word towards the actual topic. We will see. Some normalized cheating, emotional immaturity, violence, ego, laziness, or untreated trauma. We can't scream respect Black men while ignoring behavior that hurts Black women. We cannot scream respect Black men while ignoring behavior that, let me get on my Dr. Umar. We cannot scream respect Black men while ignoring behavior that hurts Black women and children. That accountability conversation matters. But here's the problem with these goddamn internet debates. Everybody talks in absolutes now. All men are trash. All women are toxic. The system's perfect. The community doom. Nobody leaves room for complexity. The real life is complicated because there are Black men working 2 jobs trying to hold families together quietly every day. Nobody wants to interview them. There are fathers coaching football, teaching daughters, teaching, helping sons survive emotionally. Nobody trends them at all. Healthy people really go viral. Chaos gets views. Healing gets ignored. And social media has turned pain into entertainment. Some creators figured out if you keep men and women angry at each other, the algorithm feeds you forever. Rage pays bills now. Now, you know how crazy that is. People monetizing division like it's DoorDash. This is why they come against me without actually using the words that I'm saying. And meanwhile, regular people at home start believing relationships are warfare. Now everybody's entering love like FBI agents. Show me your taxes, God damn it. Where your trauma at? I know you got some. Who hurt you in 2014? I want to know. Nobody's relaxed anymore. But let's go back to the core question. I had to go off a little bit off a tangent a little bit. I went a little to the, Let's go back to the core question. Are Black women safer with the system than with Black men? The real answer depends on the man. That's the real answer. It depends on the system. That's the real answer. It depends on the environment. That's the real. It depends on the choices. Not a sexy answer for the internet, but it's honest. Because healthy partnerships should provide emotional, financial, physical, and spiritual safety. And when it works, a strong relationship can do things no government program can ever. It can give you peace, trust, protection, family structure, emotional stability, legacy. A system can process you, right? It can. It's fucking hot. Hold on. I'm getting hot. Get some goddamn water. A good partner can transform your life, right? However, but if a man's abusive, reckless, unstable, dangerous, manipulative, or absent, then yes, a woman should choose safety over struggle every single time. No debate there. The issue is when people take broken experiences and turn them into permanent philosophies about millions of people. That's where bitterness becomes an ideology. And Black America already carrying enough division. We don't need gender wars on top of economic wars, racial wars, and mental health crises. What we actually need is more emotional, healthy men. We need more accountable fathers. More healed women. More financial literacy. More therapy, more mentorship, more community, because this ain't really a man versus woman issue. It's a trauma issue. Too many people trying to build relationships while emotionally bleeding through their clothes. And until people heal, every conversation becomes survival based instead of love based. That's why everybody's defensive now. And nobody feels safe, not men, not women, everybody tired. And maybe the deeper conversation isn't who is safer. Maybe it's how do we rebuild trust between Black men and Black women in a country that historically benefited from breaking that trust apart. That is the real conversation, because if the family collapses, everybody loses. I got all that out. So to be honest with you, I didn't even watch the whole video of what she said. I just heard that one part and I came up and I got all these goddamn thoughts in my head. Okay, I got it out. But you don't hear me though. Shiesty, don't hear me though. It's crazy. Whew, okay. Welcome to the show. Good day. Welcome to the show. PhD with the Supreme Vaginal Vessel. Good day. How you doing today?
Supreme vaginal vessel. Don't y'all forget it. What's up?
So I don't know. That question that she asked made me think of a lot of things, Diva. And it was a simple question at the same time. It was I think it was a deep question though at the same time.
Okay, so what's your response to it? Do you agree or disagree?
I believe it depends on the man. It is men that we encounter a lot that statement is 100% correct. Like it's not even a lot in it, a little bit with a lot of the men that we are encountering on this internet. They hear how they communicate and what their mentality is. However, when we put it into the general population, I don't know if the system is actually safer than black men because of what, the things that we was talking about yesterday and how the system is pretty much designed to destroy black folks and make money off of black folks for the past 400 goddamn years.
Right.
So I guess that's my issue with the system part, but I didn't listen to it fully. She could be talking about a completely different system than what I'm talking about.
Okay, I didn't hear it at all. This is my first exposure to it. But so yes, agree with what you just said. We all know as black people, these systems were created in many instances to disadvantage us.
Yeah.
Right. So we have this imperfect system that disadvantages us on the one hand, and then on the other hand, we have what? Nothing, right? Nothing. And so black men haven't created any systems, right? And so let's look at it this way. We all know black maternal mortality is an issue. And we've had several instances over the last, few months of black women actually being kicked out of hospitals during childbirth, active labor. So yes, that's a shining example of the system not working for us or disadvantaging us. But on the flip side, what is that? Were any of those black men able to roll their wives out of that hospital and then roll them into some black establishment that would help them birth their babies and take care of them?
Right.
And so an imperfect system is still better than nothing at all.
It's one way to definitely look at it, and it's hard to argue that point. I don't know if anybody can argue that point. The closest thing we got is what? Yada awakening with a home birth. Most of these men don't even know what a damn doula is. Most of these men ain't even spoke to a goddamn doula. That's the closest thing they could get, you know what I'm saying? And shit, and some of these hospitals would kick a goddamn doula out.
That's happened recently. John Galt, you more than welcome to come up here and talk so we can have a man talking. He said it's like two women from the Negro League of Women or something. So you come on up here so you can masculinize the conversation.
Yeah, it's always so weird to me. Like, I don't know why. And then so when she asks this question, and I want to defend black men, we got black men that say stupid things like that. So yes, a black woman is safer with the system than a John Galt.
Well, someone in the chat mentioned the Nation of Islam. So, sir, I'm not familiar with the Nation of Islam and all its programs. And so if you could come up and tell us about them, that may be an option. We don't know.
Absolutely. The link is pinned, so like y'all don't have to be so goddamn cowardly. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to be so cowardly.
Right. John Galt, don't ask me questions from the chat. Bring your black ass up here.
And I don't know, it's so many. It's so many coward men too, man, out here in this world.
Most
They
of
need
the
to have something as
melanated ones
simple
are
as a
cowards.
conversation, Diva. They can't even
Yeah,
have a
most-
discussion. What you saying, Diva?
Yeah, most of them are cowards. They were socialized to be cowards.
And like, damn, they socialized to be cowards. So what do you mean by that? Let me get an understanding. They were socialized to be cowards. How were majority of black men socialized to be cowards? Damn, that's crazy.
So it's the what is it used to be like a picture of a page from a book going around, and it talks about you know, how during slavery how black men and black women were socialized. And I think to a large degree that's true, right? And so even to the extent of the boy having something good, if the white person say, "Oh, he good at so and so," and then one of the parents say, "Oh no, he ain't no good. He can't hardly you know what I'm saying?" And so just always can't even be yourself in front of those other people, and so it socializes you to be a coward, especially in the face of those people, right? So yeah, that's what I believe.
You know what? So, you know, with that being said, I'm so glad that my name is Sharon.
Oh, how much do I weigh? Oh, I weigh 125. And so now you bring your old shriveled dick ass up here and tell me if my weight could be a problem, bitch.
You know what I'm saying, David? That's why I am kind of happy like that my name is Sharon, because I believe it socialized me to be a warrior. It socialized me to speak up for myself. Unless I just want to, you know, like I had a choice to either be ran over and allow people to just call me Sharon, or speak up every goddamn day and say, no, it's Sharon. Especially when I had the dumbass young version before I knew what a Rimbro was. They were like, Sharon. So shut up, stupid. Then I had to go and fight they dumbass. So it made me have to deal with conflict at a very young age. So maybe that's why I don't have this cowardice in my personality, possibly. So I'm happy that my name is that. That's just one example I'm thinking of, right? Because you said one example is that, you know, a mother say, oh, because she'll try to shield her son for being liked by the opposite race, because once they know that, hey, he's strong, he's smart, he run fast, he could do this, and he could count, he could read. Now he's looking like something that could be snatched up from out the family, right? So they socialize the young men to kind of be kind, put your shoulders and don't walk tall, because you walk tall, you're going to, you know, like all these different things they could have just passed down through generations of trauma. That's a lot for me sometimes, Steve. I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes that's a lot for me to hear. However, it shows in these small little spaces that we have today. There could be a man on a channel last night full cursing me out, saying how he gonna and he got that stupid PhD with him. I was like, what? Straight up cowards. Straight up. They got men that would jump out the window and cuss me and my family out and not even know the full story. They said, well, you make us feel like you always talking about. What up, Kills? It's coward shit. And the truth be hurting some of these brothers a little bit too. Like, they got to deal with their trauma, bro. And you just got to deal with the reality that you ain't doing the right things. You're going to have to deal with that reality that you're going to have to just do better, step your game up. There's a lot of things that you can do to improve as a goddamn human being in this goddamn world. The truth is not subjective. The truth is. And the real problem is that Peace Diva came up with a real problem that we have as a community. And I don't have the answer for it. If you get your wife kicked out of the hospital, what are you going to be able to do about it? That's a crazy question that most men don't even think about. Because they don't got to worry about dying if they give birth. It's a crazy. What can you do? Why out of 400 years, we still haven't figured out a way to, hey, we need our own goddamn hospitals. Because once any doctor or government says, hey, we don't want you, that's it. A lot of other nations within this government figured out other ways to support they got their community without the government hospitals, I should say. Even if they are funded by the government, they still got their own whole community inside that goddamn hospital. And they regulate it to how they see fit. That is one thing that we could really come together as Black brothers and start coming up with some, at least just spitball some goddamn ideas out there and try to get one of those things moving. But it makes me wonder, do my brothers actually care about moving the community forward? The hell? I see the picture, but I don't know who this is. Oh, he dropped back down. I guess he probably had to redo it. And what we do need to understand, like, hey, it's a lot of things that we have to improve on. We have to, as men, we have to improve on those things. Welcome to the show. No one mentions the what? No one mentions the what? He still got to get his microphone stuff together. No one mentions the Black Beauty Desert. Can you hear us now?
It's me, John Gall here.
All right. Good day to you, John. What is your thoughts? What do we got to do to improve the community to make things better, sir?
You know, I've been going on this art for a minute. I think that, and it's from what I see, you got to mention the lack of attractiveness of the women. Because
so that's one thing. So now before you go and build off of that, are Black women safer with the system than Black men?
I think they are, because the safety from a man will come from him having love and desire for her. I think with the look of the black women, that the men just can't form a natural love and desire to protect that woman. And that's why they
Right.
walk
So
out
do
and
y'all
leave them.
have a love and desire for yourself to protect yourselves? Because you can't do that either.
Well,
And so
okay, look, I'm not
no, I'm
blaming.
just asking. So does that
Okay,
mean, is that reflecting your lack of self-love, the fact that you can't protect yourselves out here?
well, I think they're like hand in glove in a way, to be honest with you. And I'm not coming
Okay.
here to argue,
All right.
right?
There it is.
I think that like if a man has no motivation, then he
He's
may
his
just
own motivation,
well, okay,
right? He don't want to
I
get bashed over the head. It's not because of a woman. He don't want to get bashed over the head because it hurts him. It could
but
take him
see,
out, right?
but
And so
PhD,
why are you all not protecting yourselves? Why did a group of women have to get together and create a movement to try to help protect black men?
well, I mean, that's what you might be likely to see in men that have nothing to lose. Hell, they just throw themselves away, throw their health away, throw
Mhm.
everything away.
Okay.
If you have nothing that you feel is worthy of putting your energy and effort to, and
Uh-huh.
typically that's going to be a pretty woman or some woman. And if you feel like you can't find that,
No, that's
okay,
not
I'm telling
true
you as a man.
though. Maybe
I'm
that's
telling you as
only for the non-productive black man,
but
right?
but I
Maybe that's y'all excuse because other groups of men, attractive women, non-attractive women, they still want to try to build something for themselves if for nobody else. But if you
what
want to sit here and act like from the time black men wake up to the time they close their eyes at night that they thinking about a woman, then we'll go that route. Right. And so part of the issue, again, maybe that's reflective of your low self esteem and lack of self love. The fact that all you think about is a woman, not even yourself, no concern or regard for yourself. And everything starts with
All
self.
right, PhD, let's have a
Everything
conversation.
starts with
Hold
self.
on,
And so
okay,
the fact that you
okay,
all
keep going.
don't
All
even
right.
want to save your own lives,
Sharon, you should stop her, man. Slow it down.
do you see how messed up and dysfunctional y'all mentality got to be?
Look, I'm not disagreeing with you, right?
Okay, but this
You're
is the
preaching to the
conversation
choir.
we're having.
But
Right.
again,
Okay.
but okay, but DV, you going
And
on for
so
three or
there's
four.
something
No, you
wrong with
still going. All
y'all.
right, I'm
Start
sorry.
there.
Okay,
There's something wrong with
okay,
y'all. And
okay,
so it don't matter
okay, all
how
right,
the
okay,
women
okay,
look because
okay,
pretty
all right.
ugly, y'all still the weakest,
Okay,
the
yeah.
most
Hey,
docile,
all
the
these things
least
are known.
productive,
You don't have to
right?
go through the whole
None of
list.
y'all don't have nothing to
You
offer.
don't have.
And so don't sit up
Okay,
here and try
all
to act like it's
right.
about a woman.
Okay,
No,
look,
you
hey,
just don't have nothing to offer because you don't have nothing to offer.
okay, sure. Right, we go
Right.
along with that, right?
Okay.
Well, if that's the case,
Hmm.
then maybe the men just can't compete. I'm willing to go down that road with you.
They can't.
Make
Well, we already
okay,
done seen that. We got too much
okay, right,
history showing us that.
right. Okay, I'm willing to go down that road with you.
Okay.
But still, I would say,
Mhm.
and I'm very critical of black men,
Yeah.
that they could do better than what they're doing.
Mhm.
And I will also say that the women probably could be doing better than what they're doing. And
But we talking
me,
about y'all. The question
okay, right,
was,
okay.
are
So let's
we
focus.
safer with y'all than with the
Let's.
system?
Well,
And
I
so
think.
a group of men who have
Okay, so
produced
let me answer the
nothing, you
question.
can't be
I got it.
safer with.
Right, right,
So go
right,
ahead and
right,
answer the question. That was the
right,
first thing he asked you.
right.
But you
Because
wanted to talk about women. But no,
what
we're
I
gonna
said.
stay on y'all.
Okay, well, I said, as it stands now, you're better off with the system, many of them,
Okay.
because innately they are.
Yup.
We can hear you. Go ahead, John. Finish up. You good? Go ahead, John. He was just checking his mic.
I thought is he finished or?
Yeah,
No,
he
I
finished,
don't.
child. John ain't got nothing to say.
I guess it's like his
Yes.
microphone might have went out or he lost reception. Good day to you, Brownsburg. Good
Yep.
day. Can you start with answering the question first and then go into whatever else thoughts that you had? Are black women safer with the system than a black man?
My answer to that question is honestly, I feel like they go for the system anyhow before they go for a black man. So either if they decide to go with the system, then I give them good riddance. And it's
But
I
that's not what
mean,
he asked you. He asked you if we're better off. So is
I
us
was
going
talking to
with the system
Sharon. I was
right?
talking to
But so you're
Sharon.
not answering the question
You
though.
get loud in the morning for no reason, respectfully.
No,
I
I'm
just don't
not
want to
getting
hear your
loud. I'm
tone.
just saying you weren't answering the
I'm
question.
talking
That's
to
why I'm
Sharon.
answering
So
it.
let Sharon
Okay,
say it,
so
not
let's do
you.
it. Sharon, go ahead and drop them, and I'll send you the money. Thank you,
Oh,
Brownsburg.
now
Have a
it's a
good day,
drop
bitch.
him. Now it's
Yep.
dropped. You don't want to have a
Have a good day,
conversation. I
bitch.
was talking to
Have a good
Sharon.
day,
I didn't
bitch.
call you a bitch.
Have
You
a
mad
good
rude for
day,
Slap the
nothing.
bitch.
taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
All right, who
So
else
it's
wants some?
$20 to bring Brownsburg back. Welcome into the show, Shadow the Titan Wasp. Would you like to try to answer the question?
Yes.
Is it safer for a black woman to be with the system than black men?
I believe it's going to be safer to be with black men, honestly.
Go ahead.
In what way? Because a system, you know what a system is, right? A system is something that was designed to meet the needs of groups of people. Okay, and so what comparable systems have y'all created that we would be better off in?
Yeah, you ask somebody, is it better to be with an individual, somebody who would know you
No,
individually and meet your needs? Hold
That's
on.
not what the question is. The question is, are black women safer with the system than with black men, which means a collective as a group. We didn't say
Wait,
with
hold up.
a
I
white
thought the
woman.
question was, are black women safer with the system or with black men? Those two questions would technically be different. And I would say they would be
No,
safer with,
what did it say? It didn't say are black women safer with the system than with black men or with black men? What was it, Sharon?
Let me reread it because I'll be forgetting too. The question is, are black women safer with the system than black men?
Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead.
so, and as I said before, I believe being with black men is better than being with a system that's designed to break you down anyway. Even
But
if
what
it
do y'all
looks like
have
it's
to
been
offer, right? Because so the healthcare
individualized help.
system. No. Stop. So the healthcare system. Let's start there. Because we know black people have worse outcomes in the healthcare system, right? And so again, that system was created to disadvantage us. All right. So if we better off with y'all than the system, we're gonna leave this healthcare system behind. And now what y'all got for us?
I mean, we'd have to then create a new healthcare system specifically designed for blacks. I'm just
And
saying.
again, but
But
so how
again,
would we be
because the
better off
reliance
with
on the
y'all when y'all
system,
have nothing? But you have nothing.
because
So
the
how would we
reliance
be
on the
better
system
off?
isn't helping it.
It is helping because most people don't die, right? Most people don't die.
Wait,
And now y'all have
are
something,
we
you don't
consistently
have
talking about?
anything. So aren't people going to die when you have nothing? No system to provide for their health care?
Aren't we consistently talking about how black women are dying because of the white system, because of
Right.
that very healthcare system you're advocating for?
Absolutely. And so you think that your no system at all is going to have better outcomes? What about when
I
the
believe
baby?
we're naturally going to care more.
Okay, it's not just about feelings, baby. You got to have some
Okay,
infrastructure. You got to have some
okay.
a system. And so
All
if you
that's
have no system, then how are you going to accommodate? Should we have a moratorium on women giving birth until y'all figure out how to create a system?
okay. So I'm going to say it in the simplest way possible. If you take one system, you're going to have to rebuild another.
How long does
So
that
yeah,
take, Josh?
I mean, if we've got enough. We spend enough as blacks
How
as a
does that
whole. Hold on.
take? How long does that take?
It
You
won't
talking
take
about
long
something
at
else?
all. We've got the educations.
What?
We've got the educations are
What
already there.
education you got? No,
Oh
no, you
Lord.
don't.
Okay.
You only got a handful of
Wait.
black doctors. I think black
You're
doctors
right.
make up
You're right, dude.
maybe 4%, right? And so I
But
don't like
then
the pie in
that's
the sky,
partially based on the
baby booty
system.
stuff. What now?
Wait, that's partially based on a system,
It
though.
doesn't matter. Okay, and so what you got
So
to
leave a
train us?
disenfranchised system to have something that's not
We
disenfranchised.
already agreed on that part. What we talking about is what do you have to offer, right? And so that system, they disenfranchised. It ain't a lot of them. Okay, so why haven't black men created a system to train herbalists or whatever it is, however you want your system to be set up? And that's my point. You cannot say, "Oh no, you better off with us than them," and they got at least food to give you. We ain't got no food to give you, but somehow because of sentimental stuff that don't mean nothing, we better off over here. That does not make sense.
No, because we do have enough financial backing to be able to create that system.
No,
And
you
that's something
don't,
you're
because
ignoring now.
you are employed by the people you try who the systems you talking about that
Not if you
disadvantage you.
remove yourself from
You
that
are
system.
employed. So
Hold
where you
on.
You
gonna get
literally would
money
remove
from?
yourself from
But
that
hold
system in
on,
order
where
to
are you
do
gonna
that.
get money from? And
The,
what
mo-
money? Because now you're not dealing with their monetary system. So now what money you use? What's your currency?
whatever
And
currency
how
is
are you making
necessary.
it? You don't own anything. You don't control anything. You don't have any jobs to give out. So how you gonna extract yourself from the system and have your own?
So what you're saying is that there's no choice but to have the system. All right, well, that's what you were saying. Then I'm not. There's no point in arguing that. But if you're saying if and or, if there's one or the other, I think individuals will always be better with individuals, not with a system that's designed to break you down. That just
We're not
doesn't make
talking
sense
about
to me.
individuals. We're talking about groups of people, though, and that's what you
And what
keep trying to overlook.
a group of people is still a group of individuals,
All
But
right.
and
we're
there's
So
enough.
accommodating
There's
groups of
enough
people.
individualizing. Right. There's enough
No, it's not
individualized wealth
individuals.
to.
When you deal with
Okay.
groups, there are group level dynamics and processes. And see, this is the problem with we have the anti-intellectualism in the men folk is going to be our downfall.
mm,
See, and then when you went and threw that out, but here's the thing that you argued this entire time. You're saying because the system is already built, but keep in mind that system had to be built. So if you separate from that, we would have to do what? By necessity, rebuild another system. Well, where are you going to get the system? Because you have to still work for them. You're literally putting us in a catch-22 where the only answer is you can't deal with black men, and that's idiotic. Sorry, that's anti-intellectual. If we're going to be honest about it,
That's not
because because
anti-intellectual when
barter,
you all have
no, because
nothing
barter
to
systems actually
offer.
work. Because there's
But
actually
you
something
all,
to get. You're right. So we have to leave
so
America
why
as a whole.
haven't you done it? So
Then
why
we have
haven't
to
you
leave
done
America as a
it?
whole, based on your
So why
explanation.
haven't you done it? So why haven't you done it?
Because I actually understand what this system has as benefit to how to make it work for me
Why
and
haven't you
those
done
around
it?
me. Ironic.
Why haven't you done it? And not you specifically. We talking about groups
As a
here,
whole, you're
and
talking
that's the
about as a
problem. Y'all
whole,
love to
right?
try to individualize stuff so you don't have to think.
So are we disenfranchised or not? I don't understand your view at this point.
so all right.
You're
So
saying
so
we're
Shadow.
disenfranchised, but then
Yes,
arguing against the disenfranchisement.
I'm not arguing against
So
it. I'm saying that was the first thing I said. Yes, they disadvantage us, but at least there's something there. I said you all have nothing.
so Shadow. When we have black men that are married today, do they have a response for if their wife get kicked out of a hospital?
No, that's idiotic. I don't know why that would be a thing.
But it
How is that
happens.
idiotic when there have been black women getting kicked out of hospitals?
No, I mean clearly there's a problem because they're not prioritizing their wife and or baby. Again,
What are you talking about?
there's a point where
Okay.
you
So
just
so
stop and
now.
think about people outside of you.
Okay. So now, right? So
All right,
so
can I
how?
go? Because he's not answering the questions for real. I've been trying to be patient. But this whole display on this
My
panel is
bad.
why my answer to the question is yes. Unfortunately, black women are safer in the current system than with black men. Because even this, like, how the hell people who can't even answer very basic, simple questions, can't follow very basic, simple ass concepts, are gonna organize a system that can do anything near what the current system does? It's not possible. We can't even get people to concentrate on a basic grade level conversation, but they're gonna organize a system that competes with the current one. No, that's not gonna happen.
Because
That's
systems are made
absolutely
accidentally. Sorry.
That's absolutely crazy. And y'all haven't accidentally made any alternatives though. How that work? So if they accidentally were made, where are you guys' accidents that are countering theirs? Where are those
From what
accidents?
I remember, they kept getting burned down. History supports that though. But
Yeah, we
history
understand that, but
supports it.
we're in 2026. Where are the systems now? Because I don't doubt it. Our ancestors, those men are a very different group of people. You guys are not those men. Not at all. Those were actual thinkers. For real, for real. Those were our organizers in the community and the thinkers and the men who stood on business and weren't scared of a little violence. They did whatever they had to do. Those men were something different. You guys are not those men. And it's unfortunate because those men were very smart. long suffering. They organized well. They worked together. They did what they had to do. They read. They made it their business to learn trades, to learn how to do things and really build. So we have that in our lineage. But if we look at the men now, y'all are not those men. So we can't use them, but you're not nothing like your ancestors.
Well, we also have something that they didn't have. We have opposition from within the house.
Are you insane?
The opposition we have now is not the same that it was then. If you can say yes, it was, then this conversation is not going to be realistic.
So
First of all, the opposition within the house, most of you are not in no house with no black wife. First of all, most of you are not married. Like you're married, Shadow. Sharon's married, but most black men are not even married. So we have to stop this division from in the house. What house? Most of y'all are not in no fucking house with no woman.
Okay, the division from the entire black home is not literally, as you just said, it's non-existent at this point. But now there's actually women fighting against men and men fighting against women.
This is why you can't build a system. You guys' new default setting is to always blame a woman. See how you immediately went to opposition from women? Weak ass men are always looking at women. That's
how do you build something when your foundation is cracked? I don't understand that.
This is why y'all will never build no system, because your priorities are always in the wrong place. I'm asking you about what men are doing, and the first thing you want to do is point to a woman.
You brought up history. Hold up. You brought up history, Venus. You brought that up. And I'm bringing up the thing that history changed. There's a giant difference. My bad.
The same ass things.
Okay, but address what I actually said. Is the difference in the home different now?
You address.
Is there a difference in homes now?
No. Joshua, you want to say something, Sean?
Yeah. We went through this yesterday. First of all, Shada, the difference is that it was matrifocal back in the days, and that's the part that you keep missing and you don't want to acknowledge. So that's the issue that you are having. And you have this romanticized version of history that you cannot prove. That was a whole bunch of these upstanding men in these households running.
Yeah, married couples running marriages last 60%, literally at a 60% higher clip. Again, we can look at the numbers. The numbers are actually there. Again,
yeah, but those numbers.
And hold on, wait. Also, let me support. I do agree with you about the matrifocal, because I thought I did acknowledge that, but I'll correct that now. Yes, you are absolutely right. When you focus on the mothers and the people who are in the home, and men stay in those homes, that is definitely a way to make the homes better. But again, now men and women are each other's ops. They're opposing each other just to fight.
Are you insane? Did you say just to fight?
Yeah, that was crazy. Let me make sure, because I want to get two more people up before. Let me welcome into the show Jihad Bell. Thank you for your patience. Can you please answer the question? Then we're going to welcome into Taz into the conversation as well. Jihad Bell, what is your thoughts on the actual question?
So first, I want to just get a little clarity. So when I read the question, I'm thinking more along the lines of supplementing maybe the man's income for government assistance. I wasn't thinking, like you talk about the whole system. And if it's going to be that, then nah. I mean, we don't have a whole system to supplement, just to, not.
Okay, so do you believe that it's safer for Black women to be with the system or a Black man? Safer.
So the first way I phrased it, I would say no. Yes, I think it would be safer for a black man or for a Black woman to be with a Black man when it comes to raising children. But it sounded like the conversation was also about just the system overall, which I guess I would have to agree. Yeah, we don't have a whole ass system just to plug into. So I guess if you taking it that way, then nah, we wouldn't be safer. But yeah.
Okay, let me also welcome into the show Taz. Taz, do you need to speak to me one-on-one? Tazar, are you there?
Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me? All right, no, it ain't gotta be no one-on-one shit, bro. I kind of dead this shit for real. Some real shit. So I was talking to PH Diva and last night, and you know, just some of the shit, the way it happened, it's not all you. You know what I'm saying? And so I kind of launched on you because I felt like you just, you know, you was just on some bullshit. But in reality, I didn't know you were reading PH Diva's Cash App. And so most of my issue with you came through what I thought you did, which was called me brokey and, you know what I'm saying, was trying to start some shit with me. So I misrepresented that, you know what I'm saying? And that wasn't the goal. Really thought you was coming for me. And with that, I called myself responding. So if that's what it was, that's not what, you know what I'm saying? I can't carry on negative energy about some shit that didn't happen. So, you know what I'm saying? I was kind of pissed off that day because I really thought you were shooting at me. I'm like, bro, what the fuck would he say that for? You know what I mean? So I just wanted to come dead it because I told them I would, and I did mean that. I wasn't just saying that shit. So, no, I came to dead it.
So, okay. That's a lot for me, Taz. Because you said a lot of things about my family as well. Like, how do you dead that?
So I don't. So wait. So what are you saying I said about your family? Because I don't agree with interracial dating. But outside of that, I didn't attack your family.
You called her a white bee, correct?
I mean, okay, yes. So I guess you could say that's an attack. But no, it wasn't meant to be an attack. But that's how I talk. So yeah, I did say that though. I mean, I'm not gonna say I didn't say it. I definitely
if I call your wife,
most likely said
if I call your wife, so if I call your wife a black bee, you don't think I'm attacking her?
Of course you are. Of course you are. Okay, so I was wrong for that. I was wrong for calling your wife a white bitch. I wouldn't say anything other than that. But that's me. That's my position. So no, I didn't have to say that though.
Because like
so that's what I'm saying. You can take it. You can take it how you want to. Because that is your wife. You don't have to respect my apology. You don't have to respect me saying any of this. But I'm saying it, and I leave it there. You have to respect it. But it's not 100 if I don't at least say it.
Because for me, even because what it seemed like for me is that you had an issue with me. You just waiting for something so you can launch an attack at me.
No, that wasn't the case. What? Okay, so again, so let me say again, like what I saw, because even today it just happened. When I came in the room, even today, Venus was referencing black men with white women. You know what I'm saying? So I think you don't want to have that conversation, Sharon. It wasn't me looking for a reason to start the conversation. That day, if you look at what you were saying, you invited smoke. You invited smoke from the chat. So I brought the smoke you were inviting, not it's a chance to get at Sharon about it. That wasn't, you invited the smoke in terms of what was being said. You didn't agree that it applied to you. So I came to tell you why it applied to you, not necessarily, get at you for your lifestyle. Because again, I thought you already knew I don't agree with interracial dating. I just don't agree with it. But I never held it against you.
So you having a disagreement with interracial dating has no concern for me. You know, anybody can have their thoughts on whatever. My main issue is that woman that came up here and had her disagreement with the ladies, that has nothing to do with my wife at all.
So in terms of that conversation they were having, I thought it did because they were talking about that situation. What I found out yesterday was that woman came up to get at PH Diva for her support of black men or some shit. It wasn't about what I came in and thought I heard. I came in and thought it was about black men being married to white women. So I didn't know the full context of the conversation when I came in. Like I said, that's the L I took. I thought the conversation was about that. It wasn't. That was just the topic when I came in. So that's what it sounded like. But evidently the woman came up to come for Diva, and I wouldn't have got in the middle of that. I wouldn't have got in the middle of that. I wouldn't even say shit. So that's why I said that part of it is my L. Because if I knew she came to get at one of these women, I wouldn't have got at anybody. I'd have waited. We can talk about that another day. But I didn't know, so I wasn't here.
Man, I would love if I could get as much grace as I give y'all. I would love if people could just keep it to the things that I actually say instead of just find ways to bring my wife into it and call all out her name when she don't have nothing to do with the conversation whatsoever. I don't talk about nobody wives at all.
Yeah, I'm used to people talking about my wife. I guess I could say I'm glad you didn't, but I'm used to it. So if anything, like I say, I just know how this shit go. So being the first to go, I take the L and being the first to go. But I'd be lying to you if I said, my bad, go ahead.
Don't you consider yourself one of the men that is attempting to change the narrative of people going at women?
Well, Sharon, for me, it's black women. It's not just women. I don't think men.
When you go at somebody else's wife, doesn't that give them a reason to go at your black wife?
Yeah, well, my black wife has came for enough times to where I don't care. I'm you know what I'm saying? I'm just being real with you, bro. I'm not even saying that on some bullshit. I'm being real with you. It's part of what this is as far as YouTube goes. So although you may not do it, I'm used to it being done, and I can't assume you won't do it. So you didn't do it, and
my history, because my history shows it for years that I don't do it, even after people constantly do it to me. Even though people constantly come at my neck for things that I never say. Constantly. There's been a 3-year track record of this.
I ain't did that.
You did do it. You came
about. No, I didn't. When I do that.
When you thought I said something that I didn't, and when you thought the conversation was about
something. You said it. Wait, nah, Sharon, you said it. You said it. Now,
yeah, but it's context. But right. We got past that, so we understand it's context to what was said. So that's the part.
Yeah, context. I had the context wrong, but you actually
word-wise, I said it, but it was said out of context of why I was saying it. Right?
Yeah, I accept that. Okay. I accept that, bro.
And it's just sad that technically we are rhetoric wise on the same page for the most part, probably like 80% of the time.
It's more like 90. It's just that question, which I don't, because again, I don't even do content about it. That's why you don't know my hardcore stance on it. I don't even talk about it no more because I don't get involved in other people's shit no more. I supported black women when they started dating out and doing content, all of this shit. And with that, I left the dating out shit alone, whether it's men or women. But because I thought you was coming for me, that was my shooting back. So again, you have to accept it. I'm just telling you, that's what it was.
But even if I never use my relationship as a stepping stone on anybody. Ever.
Yeah, I don't think you can, though. I don't think you can. I hear you, but I don't think you can.
Regardless of what you think, it doesn't matter. I never did it. Because if I wanted to be the red pill king, I could easily just use whatever the talking points is. Because they talking points support whatever the visual of who I am. And the issue with that visual version, a lot of men that's on these panels that is talking the worst thing about a black woman is married to a black woman. And that's why they feel like they have the reason to say the nonsense that they say. So when you come at me, it's just foul in all types of ways because, number one, I never in my life use my wife as some kind of weapon towards black women in my life. And they got men that use their own black women to destroy black women on a day basis. That's crazy to me.
Right, and I would agree with you that you don't do that. However, there is a history of that being done. The pedestalizing of white women is a reality, one that you may not engage in, but one that I have to operate within every day outside of you. So I'm willing to acknowledge I've never seen you do that. But what I can't acknowledge is you brushing past it like I could have. No, you couldn't. No, you couldn't, bro. You couldn't. You
What was
couldn't
that?
do that. That wouldn't work. It wouldn't work, bro.
Wouldn't work
That's
for
what's
who?
wrong with these. For nobody, any of these goofy dudes who have ever tried to pedestalize a white woman over black women have looked dumb, and you would have just looked crazy doing it. It wouldn't have been to your benefit. So I'm saying it's a good thing you don't do that, and I shouldn't have positioned you as one of the dudes that do that because I know
Okay.
dudes do that. So I should not have positioned you that way. That's the whole point of me saying I shouldn't have said it. If I felt like I could have stayed on, I just say, nigga, fuck you. But I'm not saying that. I'm saying I have not seen you pedestalize white women over black women. So I shouldn't have used that against you. I shouldn't have weaponized that, even though I don't like it. I haven't seen you do it. So like I said, that's a misrepresentation of what you standing on. I shouldn't have said that. So I'm willing to give you that point. But what point I'm not willing to give you is that you could have used that in any other way, because it just don't. It ain't 100 to come on here doing that shit with white women.
Regardless if I look stupid, what I'm saying, regardless if I look stupid or not, that's irrelevant. What I'm saying is that these men
It's
use
not.
that. What I'm saying is, do these men use it?
Yes.
Do
And
we
they
get
caught
the
an L
clout?
with it every time. No.
It doesn't matter.
Wait, amongst you mean amongst their group?
I got a question for you. Do you think I catch L's by speaking the truth what I actually feel? Do you think I catch L's for it?
Well, yes, sometimes, yeah, you can. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the catch of the L don't actually really matters, right? Because while I'm telling the truth, me telling the truth hurts me more than me lying.
But if you're
And you know this
pedestalizing,
because you expose these liars every day, but guess what? Those liars is getting banked for lying. Even
but you're
after
in,
they're exposed for lying, they still giving them money.
but
They don't even care
you're
that they lie. Only thing that they care is that they selective bias is keep on going.
I think again, your greatest benefit in this conversation is not doing that, which is why I can't sit here and say I've seen you done it, which is why I can't charge you up for it. So again, I can say that I just shouldn't have said that. It was just the extra part you added on that I disagree with. But no, it don't benefit me to get back in that lane where I really ain't calling nobody out for who they date. That was an issue I had with you, so I was shooting at you. And again, like I said, it starts with me thinking you shooting at me. Because like I said yesterday to everybody else, I would not have read that out loud. I just wouldn't have read it out loud. Because even if you look at it now, I went back and looked at it, it's like, yeah, but he still didn't have to do that. You still didn't have to do that. So I got you. But I took it that next step. Because that's what I'm gonna do. If it's up, it's up. So I'm gonna take it the next step. But you wasn't doing that.
So now you're saying that it's not up because you decide so.
I'm saying it's not up because you decided so. You ain't come get it up. What you mean? You ain't come get up with me. So evidently you wasn't on that.
So what should I say to a man that's disrespecting my wife on the internet?
You can say what you want to say. I'm here for you to say it. You can say what you want to say.
That's what I'm saying. It's nothing to say because once somebody feels that way about you that much that they got to talk about your wife, it ain't nothing for me to talk about. Because I'm not going to cross that line and talk. I'm not going to cross that line and talk about your wife. It's not a part of my character.
But again, I hear you, bro. But it's because you don't have an issue with black women. I have an issue with white women. So I understand what you're saying, but it's a false equivalence. I have an issue with white women.
Right. So if you have an issue, if you have an issue with white women, then I guess there's no need for me to talk because then we can never actually be on the same path. We can never actually get anything accomplished together because you'll always find a way to somehow bring that into a conversation eventually.
If you say so, that ain't really what I intend to do, or because I've never done it before. It was that conversation, that moment, what was being said. But I don't, bro. I'm not even saying I'm here to come talk to you every day. I'm saying I just want to dead the shit. So I don't like. It ain't like we gotta have conversations, no shit like that. I'm just letting you know why it happened the way it happened and my L in it. You know what I'm saying? I don't. All the other shit is irrelevant to me because if I don't say what it is, that's my role in it. You know what I'm saying? And that's on me. So I gotta at least acknowledge my role in it. Everything else is, you can do what you want with it.
Nah, it is what it is. All right. I don't even know what to think about it, to tell you the truth. So, would you like to answer the question, Taz? Are
What is
black
it?
women safer? Cynthia G said recently, are black men safer with the system than black men? What's your thoughts on that? That's what she said.
Yeah, Cynthia must be going back in the archives and recycling arguments and shit, because that's an old one. But I mean, so this is what I would say. I don't like the statement, but data wise, I know how she laid it out. There's no way around it. You know what I'm saying? When you lay it out data wise, we don't look safe. We don't, and women don't seemingly appear safe on paper without the system. So I know how she would argue it, and I wouldn't argue or debate her on that topic. So I don't like the idea, but I think at the end of that conversation, we would have to concede that most of the situation is going to appear that black women are safer fucking with the system. And that's something we would have to fix.
Okay, so you believe that black women in general are safer with the system than black men? Wow.
Nah, Pop Out TV, I'll show you old streams of that topic. That's a whole topic. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole old ass topic.
Okay, so if you believe that black women are safer with the system than black men, what is it that we got to do to get black men and women on some kind of accord so we can have it at least safe within a household?
I mean, one of the reasons I decided to leave that conversation alone was I don't know if we can do anything in terms of inside of other people's household, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm not of the belief that we can change anything.
So what we can change is the mentality of black men, right? We can start communicating differently with black men, so it could start to be a culture of black men moving and thinking differently. So in terms, we will have better households. So how can we get black men in the general population to start thinking in a sense of togetherness instead of against? Shadow came up and said, we are all against each other. I'm pretty sure Tommy, he's in the chat. He might say that we are against each other, according to his rhetoric, from what I do understand. What is it that we can do to get the mentality to change for black men to move in a more family-oriented thought pattern culturally? That strong call, Taz.
Oh shit, my bad. My wife came in and shit. Again, I just think data wise is there's no data that says it's going away. In conversation, people can gloss over it. I don't think, like, you gotta hold people accountable. You gotta make people change in this regard. And so, I mean, this is where the femicide and all these topics came from. They all stem from this understanding that black women can't trust black men to be that protector and that provider. That's where that whole, so I don't think there's anything we can do other than challenge them on it, because we can't make them do it.
Shit. Venus,
I have a suggestion.
Go ahead, Venus.
Men gotta stop coddling and babying other men. The reason why things are getting progressively worse is because even the other men who know they're dead ass wrong with some of their ideas, are more concerned about being accepted and being liked by other men. So they will be passive about the horrible things they say and do because they want to be a part of the boys club. Like, I think at this point it's been proven that for most men, the approval of other men, no matter how trash the man is, the approval of other men is the most important thing to most of these men. So when you have men walking around with that mentality, they'll let men sit around and say anything, right? Men could sit around them and justify sleeping with underage girls, and they'll sit there quietly, even though they know that shit is dead wrong. They're not gonna say nothing. Why? Because they want to be accepted by other men. Men could sit around them and disrespect God, and they believe in God, but they ain't gonna say nothing because they want to be accepted by other men. Men could sit around them and promote beating on women, and they ain't gonna say nothing. Why? Because they only care about being accepted by other men. So you got a group of problematic men sitting next to a group of passive men who want to be accepted by those men. So then the ideologies that are problematic just continue to grow, because then there's other men who are listening to these conversations, right? There's hundreds of people in the chats. By the next day, thousands of views on these videos. And then they're being radicalized, or they're being made to feel like this is appropriate, right? Because they're watching the men that they respect and they look up to either speak that way or sit next to people who speak that way and not really say nothing about it, right? So now those men think, oh, this is normal, this is appropriate, and then they start to do it too. And that was just a big cancer, like I said last week. So until men stop being cowards and stop being scary and stop be wanting so desperately to be liked and start checking other men where they stand, nothing's going to change.
And before, because I see Jihad wanted to jump in, let me also welcome into the show. Jumping out the chat, welcome to the show. Too Strong for Life. Good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts on the question at hand?
Good day, Sharon. Good day, chat. Good day to everybody on the panel. How you guys doing today?
Doing well, thank you.
All right. My thoughts on the topic at hand is I believe that, right now women are safer with the system than the black men right now, due to the fact that we are not taking into account of our mental health and our behavior. And just like what Venus was saying, we coddle those type of men who are doing wrong.
Shit.
And one last thing, this normalized culture of being super hard on women but super soft on men, right? Men will comfortably sit next to men while they threaten to kill you, say lie on you, spread rumors about you, disrespect you, your dead relatives, and everybody else, and they won't say nothing. And then if you get out of your you get out of your body a little bit with a man, the men gonna check you though. So they're hard on women, but then soft on men. Then they'll tell you, no, don't be so hard on him. All they do is make excuses for each other, keeping each other weak. They don't even want each other to have a hurt feeling at all, but they'll sit there and deteriorate women down to the core. So again, like, this is the mentality of the men. So absolutely, I'm going to pick the system every time. Okay.
Shit. Whew. That's a lot. I think my question is, when men hear women say this, especially our black women say this, why is it that they're not listening to it with open ears, but they're rather challenge what is being said as untrue? Why not just listening to what open ears and have some empathy to understand that our women are going through something of a distrust of her own counterpart? What is that? And can anybody answer that question? That's for anybody.
Well, so I think some would probably think, well, they don't handle it right, they ain't saying it right. I just think any type of pushback or anything, it's gonna always be up. You know what I'm saying? I don't think no matter how the women express their disagreement, it's gonna be bad. So I just think their responses to, I can't even say I think because I've saw it. Their responses to men complaints are getting progressively, I don't give a fuck. And they're getting worse and worse. You know what I'm saying? Because at some point, nobody's acknowledging that. And at least in the last 6-7 years, these are responses. I was here. I saw it. I took a side for a reason. Most of the shit with women that you see on this platform is a response. That's just the reality. And that's why I helped them respond, because some shit is bullshit that niggas operate on, and I don't support it. And that's why I say again, just back to what I was saying earlier, I have not seen you do what I've seen them do in terms of diminishing black women because they're not black. So I should have put that jacket on you, because I know niggas do that.
Yeah, they try to put a lot of jackets on me that people don't really, you know.
Yeah, but I ain't doing that shit, nigga. The shit I'm gonna say to you, I mean it. And so again, if it's not right, I just say it. And so I have not seen you do what they've done to diminish black women. And the goal I've always thought is to kind of diminish their confidence. You know what I'm saying? Make them less confident to speak their piece on this platform. People's biggest issue with a lot of these women is that they vocal. They have an opinion. They willing to say it. That if they said it a better way, it wouldn't make no difference, because they disagree with them anyway. So they come on and say it nicely, they still gonna disagree. So I just think the response is getting progressively worse because of that.
So what is it that we are going to do? Because the men coddling channels grow humongously. It is no stopping male coddling channels. The more you speak up and say, hey, I'm going to have a focus on men, mental health, and attempt to get men to see beyond their blind spots, those are the people that get pushed back. I get called all types of names under the sun just because I'm holding it down for a man standard. All the things that they say that a man is supposed to do, I'm doing those things literally. And I get attacked every day for being a goddamn man, literally, while these men cry and go to coddle channels. So what the hell are we going to do if even the people that agree with me go against me? How can we now have a new culture of actually holding men accountable in a productive way? How do we achieve that?
You can't, bro. You got to do what you're doing, because at the end of the day, either you're gonna coddle men or you're gonna coddle women. There's no balance. I don't think people want the balance space. They want the coddling. So you're gonna have to coddle.
I'm not talking about balance, because I don't have conversations about women, even though people swear that I do.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what they will call coddling. Because I don't agree that that's coddling, but that's what they will call coddling, is that no women get called out. I don't call that coddling. I think it's the same, like just like in those spaces, no men get called out. Are they coddling men? They'll never say that. Pussy.
Women should be coddled.
Expound.
Yeah, I mean, which one of these gay ass niggas gonna say she wrong?
I don't know. Expound on that, Venus.
Women should be coddled, period.
Why is that?
Because they're women.
And also, Miss Smell the Roses, you are more than welcome to hit the link if you have time. I have no problem with you hitting the link at all. I'm not sure if you agree or disagree. I'm not sure by your comments. Even Tommy, you are more than welcome to hit the link if you want to have a conversation about the topic at the hand. So Vita, that's it. You just say they should be coddled. That's it. You don't got no.
Wouldn't they say that most women are physically inferior to most men?
That's what they would say.
Wouldn't they say women are the overly emotional, sensitive ones?
They would say that.
Some even say women are like children. So if you believe that, how do we treat soft, delicate? Like I'm just saying, you can't believe one and then.
With that though, Venus. I disagree with that one though. That women are like children.
I'm going off of the belief of these people who feel like we shouldn't be coddled. But every time they refer to what we are, they refer to something weaker, smaller, lesser, softer. So you want to treat the thing that's weaker, smaller, lesser, softer more harsh than you treat a man? That doesn't make any sense.
I get that, Venus, but I just listen to these arguments. You got to know that when you respond with that, the response is always going to be, well, the women of today. You know what I'm saying? Move all of these conversations forward so much so that it's just an argument. That's why I say, that's why I get in, it's kind of insulting watching these conversations continue year after year after year, where people act like they don't know what's happening. This is gaslighting. Women go to those channels to be gaslit, and I just think they like the attention. You know what I'm saying? From the outside of that, as long as these spaces keep entertaining the conversations and having them in them, yeah, we're at a deficit in our belief system and what we pushing. So, you know what I'm saying? Again, we're gonna be on the other side of that. People enjoy this relationship shit now. This shit has become entertainment for people. I don't even know how much of it they believe no more.
This shit become a reality.
Coddling.
This shit is crazy.
Somebody in the chat said wives should be coddled. Okay, so you're right. So punch down and beat down on women, and then somehow they're gonna want to become your wife and then coddle them. You're right. That makes sense.
That was funny. I like that. No, Tommy, you are still the leader of the Rim Brothers. You are the father of the Rim Brothers, Tommy. We ain't give up on a red pill incel manosphere. No good suckers. You are the father, Tommy Sotomayor, of the Rim Bros. Jihad Bell, you said what you was just saying, that you lived this life. What did you say?
No, well, I don't live it, but I'm saying I'm noticing. I think this like internet shit is really seeping into reality, right? Like Taz said, I seen the conversations pop off a couple years ago, but I wasn't really seeing people in real life express, what I'm seeing on the internet. Now I'm seeing it catch up. Now I'm seeing, oh shit, this is really what it is. And also, I do wish we could change the narrative, because there is, I think, enough positive, good men out there, solid men, right? And I think we can do more to maybe step up and check one another, right? But at the same time, I don't think this shit is taking on a life of its own. I don't think there's no change in this narrative. So the best we could do is just stay focused and, do what we can to just, outshine and, just be the men we need to be. But I don't think there's no saving this. I think it's really just gone downhill. Trash.
Okay. Are you Jihad? Are you at a dating age?
Yeah, I'm 29 years old. I'm about to be 30.
And are you in a serious relationship?
Ooh, not serious, nah. But I'm dating.
Okay. Do you consider yourself one of these good men?
Yes.
All right. Break down what would be considered a good man.
Just qualities, like, I don't know. I ain't gonna break it all down, but just personality, like just being a good person. I think that comes down to it. And it ain't really me saying it myself. Like, I get the validation from people in my real life that let me know this. And it also reaffirms kind of like, I guess there is a difference, because they'll let me know, well, yeah, a lot of guys ain't moving like I'm moving. And I don't know that because I'm not a female, so I don't know what's going on. So
yeah, I'm glad you said that, Brooke. Let me, please. That's a setup question. And any other time you hear it, just know that's a setup question. You have never dated a man. You've never dated a man to know what a good man look like, bro. How can you tell a woman what a good man look like?
I'm hearing it from other females, and I don't know. So that's why I stopped really going out there and defending men, because I really can't. I don't know what these niggas doing. My bad. I didn't mean to curse, but yeah.
Well, no, they're the ones dating them though. They're the ones dating them, so they're the ones who can tell you good man, bad man, what they like or dislike. I think a lot of times when we get in that conversation, it's a setup for us to sound crazy. Like, you can't tell nobody what no good man is for no women.
Hey, Sean, the banner's not up.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I'll put the banner up. No, but I also, so the issue is that, but we should have some kind of idea of what we are striving for ourselves, to at least attempt to understand, because whatever woman we're going to be with, right, we're going to have to adjust and adapt to the women that we are dealing with at the same time. However, we should have some kind of, at least a basic understanding what is considered a good man in society for a woman could consider dating. I don't think it's about dating other men, but it's about having self-awareness about what is going on in the world and the difference between a man that is no good for society, no good for relationships. We should have at least a basic understanding of that. If we don't have a basic understanding of what we're supposed to be in society, that is a problem in my eyes. And men need to stop acting as if they don't have no idea what's the basics of being a solid, decent, good man. Because if you ask them what is a good woman, they know that hands down. So if you know what a good woman is, you should understand at least the basics of a good man. You cannot know one and not the other.
But we don't date men.
Some of them have never had it.
Oh, sorry, hey, Sharon, I covered his F-bomb.
Okay.
Some of them ain't had a good woman to even know what that means. Because I do think you have to treat a woman good to get the good out of her and to see the good in her. If you've never positioned yourself to see the good in women, you're not gonna see it. You're just gonna, keep the player shit and all of that type of mentality. And once that person get hurt, it's up from there. So I don't know. That's why I don't really like these conversations, man, because everybody's different. The shit's so nuanced, but I just keep seeing failure at the end of all of it. So yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up and get up out of here because I got a stream to do myself. Too Strong for Life. Are you there? Too Strong for Life. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on, my brother?
Shit, I was seeing some of them comments you was making last night. Everything good?
Of course, everything's good. But
Okay,
I check whoever I got to check.
Yeah, nah, I don't know you, so you know what I'm saying. I just just making sure everything was good because I don't know you, but you were saying some shit, so it's got to make sure everything good with you.
Well, yeah.
So yeah,
and I also thank you for checking up. And I also want to say, hey, we gotta hit the like and the share button. If you have a 99 cents, it'd be appreciated if you could support the goddamn show as well. This whole idea that we as a people don't support our own dope discussions is wild to me, and I don't understand it. Shout out to the Cash App. It says right on time, support the damn show. Also, we got for whoever I dropped. I don't even know who I dropped, but I dropped them. Thank y'all so much for the support. I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all hit that like. We need to get the likes, so we need to get the shares. We need to. If we hit the share button, we could double the numbers quick, fast, and in a hurry. It's a dope conversation. We and we mined it out. We moving through it, and it's moving forward.
Hey, I gotta get up out of here, Sharon. I gotta get up out of here, bro. But it ain't 100 if I don't come say it to you. So, like I said, I wanted you to come have a conversation with me, and you didn't. And so again, some of what I thought over the last couple of days, it ain't what that was. So I needed to come to you and holler at you. I understand what you're saying. I understand how you feel. Even if you change your mind after today, I would understand. But it ain't 100 if I don't say it to you. So I just wanted to pull up on you and let you know I'm done with it. I ain't got no smoke. Some of that I went a little too far, and that's that.
Hey, Chaz, before you dip, I actually need to take my part. I apologize for that situation, because a lot of that happened because I ended up putting a battery in the wrong back. I didn't realize I was putting a battery in. I didn't even know about the beef beforehand when I stepped in. And so when you stepped in that, I see why you did it, and part of that was my fault. So I want to apologize to both of y'all.
Yeah, you good, Josh. That ain't had nothing to do with you. I ain't had to say some shit I said about, especially because again, now that he's saying it about his wife and he took exception to that, I'm a shit talker, bro. So I'm not shooting at his wife like he gonna come back to me and say, yeah, but damn, dog, that was my wife. You know what I'm saying? I'm used to niggas shooting back. And so if a nigga tell me, nah, bro, that's my wife, that like I ain't like that. Like I'm gonna say, yeah, okay, bro, I'm sorry. My bad. I shouldn't have did that. Because again, I'm used to shooting on this bitch, but I ain't used to niggas saying, nah, bro, like that was my wife though. And yeah, you know what I'm saying? Again, I shouldn't have said it. So I'll leave it there. But again, I shouldn't have said it. I'm not gonna pretend like I don't feel a way about it. I did, so I'm gonna come tell you. So that's it for me, bro. I'm done with that shit.
All right.
Y'all be safe, fam.
All right, be safe. Man, I'm just hoping with these, we could just deal with more truthfulness within the conversation. We could start moving the conversation forward. That's really my main goal with it. And we could just deal with, speaking the truth and then dealing with the truth, right? And be honest about the truth. I think way too often when we come up with just honest answers, those things are rejected. People do not want to accept it. And I never understood men not accepting the truth. I never came from that cloth where you cannot accept that, hey, you missed the winning game shot. I cannot say, well, but the person jumped and tried to block the shot. He was playing really good defense on me. That ain't no damn excuse. So this whole idea that I'm doing all the right things, and I'm looking for a partner. That's the only thing I don't understand. If I'm doing all the right things and I'm looking for a partner and I can't find that partner, it gotta be something that I gotta continuously to improve on so I could find my version of what I need. I cannot say, oh, because it's so difficult for me to find a woman that meet my criteria, 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10 of the things that I need, that I'm going to give up hope, and it's really difficult. I don't give a damn about how difficult it is to find a good woman. It's never in the history of humanism, I don't know if that's a word, Venus, that has been easy to find a good woman or a good wife. It's never been easy. Why do they think in today's society it's supposed to be easy to have women be good to you? Maybe one of the brothers on the panel could make me understand. Jahad Bell, do you think it's supposed to be easy to find a good, suitable mate?
Nah, it ain't supposed to be easy. You definitely gotta, like, anything that's gonna be serious and you want it, like, what you really want, you're gonna have to work at it. That's just bottom line. And I think what it is, a lot of guys probably, because this is what I'm seeing this in real time, like talking to guys and shit, they kind of giving up, like maybe not fully, but and I get it, because I go through phases like that and shit too, where I'm like, I ain't dating, trying to talk to nobody right now. But I also see
okay, so let's dive into that. Let's dive into that, Jahad. What makes a man in your age group decide, like, you know what, I'm not dating for the next couple of years because it ain't worth it? What is going on that make you say these things?
Shoot. It's honestly, it's gonna sound crazy, but it's you got to put work in, like what we were just discussing, and sometimes that shit could be taxing. I mean, my bad, I didn't mean to curse, but sometimes it could be taxing because, like, let's say, you actually are trying to do it the right way, so you're gonna be spending a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of real attention to courting whoever you're trying to mess with, and I don't know, doing that back to back, like, I can't even. I mean, I'm somebody that I don't even try to date more than one person at a time, just not because I can. It's just like, that's really a lot of energy that I'm not willing to put out there. So even dating people back to back, I notice, like, I might want to take a break. Like, I'm not even trying to, you got to spend money. You got to, it's an effort. And again, a lot of guys are seeing the return to investment / effort is not all the way there. Like, if I'm keeping it a band, that's really what a lot of these guys' argument is. It's like, it's just not even worth it. So, and I can. So
you think so you believe it's a lot of work to court a woman?
Not really, nah. Because I've done it both ways, for real. But I'm saying, if you're gonna do it right, where it's like you actually got like a solid foundation of what you're trying to grow. Because if you mess it all up, like and come like
So
on some BS in the beginning, it's not gonna grow to nothing fruitful for real. But if you
why
actually
would you
try to
want to
grow,
date? Why would you want to date wrong?
because some guys actually be in there like they ain't really looking for like no serious. You know, some guys be in their villain stage. They just want to get with women, get laid. So some
Okay, so but we
yeah.
know those men are not attempted to be in a real fruitful relationship. I'm talking about the men that want to be in a fruitful
Yeah,
relationship. We
exactly. So
know
you're not
it's,
gonna want to do it wrong. You ain't gonna just wanna. You actually gonna want to put effort into it.
but you also said it's exhausting to do it the right way.
It is. That is.
Right. So that's why I'm trying to get to the understanding. So why is it exhausting for you to do the right thing to get what you ultimately want?
I mean, I guess it's not exhausted if it work out, but a lot of times, a lot of stuff don't work out, right? And
Okay, so let me put it in a different scenario. You go into a gym. You want to find that gym is not good for you because you're not getting the proper exercise. You go to another gym because you understand what gyms you don't want. So now you go to this gym, it got more equipment. And now that you find this gym, this one suits you better and you want to stay there for however long. What would be exhausting about you finding your gym?
by the time I'm going to a third gym, I might just be stuck with that. I'm like, I ain't jumping around to too many more gyms. I mean, and I'm not saying that I would use that. Like, I'm just going with your scenario because that's how I'm looking at it for the dating. It's like you ain't really gonna keep running around and doing all. I'm telling you, any man that's been dating back to back, it's like you get exhausted by the third time. It's like I'm gonna take a little break. I ain't trying to spend money. And I never really had this sentiment, but I've seen a lot of other guys speak this where they say they don't got the money or the funds. I don't really think that.
But you said you even had to take a break. So I'm trying to get to parsing out why a man like yourself would want to take a break for dating because you got so exhausted from dating. I'm trying to have the
It's
understanding of
emotionally
what.
taxing. It's not even finances, but it could be emotionally taxing. And you don't even want to
Emotion.
deal with, you just be wanting to take a break from all that.
So, all right, so the emotion part, is it that you start to feel like, hey, is something wrong with me?
Probably, yeah, it could be.
Has that ever happened with you personally,
Uh,
if you don't mind sharing?
yeah, definitely, because I definitely was like, I don't got the energy to keep doing this, and that's a me thing, because I see plenty of guys they can keep it up all year long, and
Gotcha.
that's what they doing. But nah, I don't got the energy just to be bouncing around like that, and nah.
Okay, all right, that's understandable. Let me, Diva, are you there? I'm not sure if Diva there.
Oh,
Shout
probably
out
he's
to
not.
Shout out to all the support. I really appreciate y'all for what I do get. Seriously, it means a lot to me. Every like, share, and super chat means a lot. Super stickers, Cash App. I really appreciate y'all, man. Thank you so much. It's not easy building this thing. Too Strong for Life with the $1 super sticker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Shout out to Time Watch with the 2 boy. He said, this is for your cussing. Stop all that damn cussing. Also, with the 10 ball, Bristol Beats with the 10 ball for the show. Thank you so much. And also, my fellow content creator, Smell the Roses with the $4.99 coins for the collection plate. Thank you so much, Smell the Roses. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're enjoying it while you're at work, chomping away at those numbers. Too Strong. When you hear Jihad Bell say, "Hey, this is emotionally taxing," when you are, you dating somebody, you doing all the right things, and it falls short, whether it's 3 months, 3 years, however that time takes. And what is it? Do you agree with that, Sam, that it is emotionally taxing? Too Strong.
Yeah, I do agree with that. It is emotionally taxing, especially if you do pick the wrong person. You know, invest so much time, energy, and money, and then come to find out they're not who you thought they were.
So now my question to both of my young brothers, because I'm pretty sure you young, Too Strong?
Yeah, I'm 28.
28, perfect. So now when you are doing all the right things, and that when you do all the right things, what it's going to do is actually going to lessen your pool of people to date, because when you're doing the right things, you could easily see what's wrong in the other person. You could detach yourself from it. If you're doing all the right things, why is it so emotional taxing to do the right choice by letting go of the person that is not right for you?
Well, I would say that people, have hope in like this is gonna work out. Maybe I'm thinking about it wrong, type of thoughts. Things like that.
Okay. You might have been looking at it wrong. What about you, Jahad Bell? So I'm gonna. You wanted to say something, Venus?
Yeah, I was just curious to know what be going wrong with all these women. Like, what are some of the things that's making it so hard to date the women?
Who you asking me?
Either
Both,
one.
it doesn't matter.
I mean, sometimes people ain't like really meant for each other, right? And you don't really notice that sometimes, like right in the beginning, because y'all be in like the honeymoon stage or whatever. But like, I don't know, if you really mature and can see stuff like this, it's just not. And not to say it's gonna be like an ugly breakup or nothing. A lot of these people, like a lot of people I'm still friends with. So, but yeah, it just don't work out sometimes. So that's all that is. It's nothing crazy.
No, I
And
understand.
Would you
Obviously,
be
it don't
able
work
to? So
out.
Venus wants you to be able to pinpoint one or two examples of why it's not working out. Because what I believe she's trying to get at. Because once you can start pinpointing the thing that is losing the interest in the relationship, whether if it's yours or hers, then you can start moving towards correcting those factors. So if you could pinpoint one or two, maybe.
I mean, like there was an example where like this was I was dating a girl. I didn't really like her habits. She smoked and she drank, and I don't smoke cigarettes. I smoke weed, but it was stuff like that where I mean I could have maybe acknowledged that in the beginning, but then it's like I don't know. After I'm with her, I'm like I don't know. I don't really like this too much, but I can't ask her to change, because I met her like
So
this. And then, but look, I'll give you another example.
why you pick your nose up at her smoking cigarettes, but that you smoking weed?
Yeah, well, cigarettes, weed is different. Cigarettes is gonna have everything stinking like cigarettes.
They both stink.
Oh, so you don't believe weed have everything
No,
stinking?
my house, my clothes, no.
Why
You
we
wouldn't even
smokers
know I
think they
smoke
don't
weed.
stink? Y'all stink.
So you believe? Because I'm not sure if Venus smoke, right? I don't smoke. I don't smoke
No.
weed. I don't think Venus smokes weed.
No.
So you think if me and Venus was to walk into your room or your household, we wouldn't smell weed?
Correct. Because I don't smoke
Yeah.
blunts in my house. First
Crazy.
of all,
Okay.
that's what
That
it
is
is.
the
If you smoke a
wildest thing I
blunt,
ever
it's
heard.
gonna have that blunt smell. But if you just smoking weed, nah, you good. It'll air out in a couple minutes, and then everything back fine.
You know what's crazy about that, Jihad? Almost every weed smoker
They have nose
believes
blindness.
that
Yeah, they think
that
they
we
can't
can't
smell it,
smell
so they think you can't smell it. So the way they judging the other smokers, they don't understand non-smokers feel the same way about them. But we'll let them live with the delusion. But so anything else? Because the things you're talking about
I
are
would
things
say okay, and then I was gonna
they
give another example, right? Like sometimes faith, right? Like I don't really got a faith. I guess you would call me atheist, right? I don't really use that word because it's just so people use so many negative connotations, think I'm devil worshiping or something. But yeah, I don't really got a religion, and something like that, something as simple as that, could be a barrier.
Do you believe in God?
No, not really. I mean, I don't disbelieve in it, right? Because I can't prove it either way. But yeah.
Yeah, that's an atheist.
No, but that's why the key word is believe, right? So it's not about proving it. Do you believe in it? Do you
No.
believe there's a God? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so all right, so I guess that could fall into the line of atheist.
Wait,
I
but
just
that
wanted
didn't
to see
answer
if
my
you
question, Sharon. He told me about his
Okay,
belief.
Gabby.
I'm
Ask again,
asking
baby.
him.
I'm sorry.
I'm
I
asking
apologize.
him what are some of the things the women are doing that's ruining the situations when you get with them. He's not really saying.
What the women are doing. Sometimes like I'm a pretty agreeable person, right? But
You're
sometimes I
pretty what?
notice agreeable, right? Like, I mean, I obviously go speak up for myself. I'm gonna say my opinion, but at the same time, like, I'm not really speaking no fights. I'm not, so I get along with a lot of people. I notice it would like, and I notice I gotta stop doing this. I'll get in situations where, okay, I'm being agreeable a lot, and but then might be one time where I'm not gonna let you have an argument. I'm not saying it disrespectfully. I'm not saying it crazy. It's something as simple as that, and that kind of is. I'm acknowledging that's my fault because I'll set it off to where I'll just agree to everything, and, and then it'll be something as simple as something simple where now I'm standing on a different opinion, and now it's like a problem. And yeah, sometimes just disagreeing and seeing stuff different can. I've noticed
So
stuff like that
so
came
where
up
you
in
get
the
this
past.
non-decision making skill set from? Because you gotta be able to
Girl, why you
recognize where
keep
the
imposing on my line of questioning? I can't never get where I'm going. Why you keep doing that?
goddamn, because he saying some things that's interested in my mind. I'm sorry, Venus. Goddamn, I ain't know I couldn't ask questions on my
No,
damn
you
show.
just
Go ahead,
literally
Venus.
every time he answers me, you kind of say something else and then it goes somewhere else. But it's
I
okay. I gotta jump
apologize.
in anyway.
I
I gotta do something.
apologize. Go ahead, Venus. Go ahead. I apologize. You say some things that is sparking some thoughts. I apologize. Go ahead, Venus. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna mute my mic. God damn it. Damn, she cursed me out, then I annoyed her ass, and she left me. God damn it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's nothing really. I don't know. It's
So
nothing
what
really
gave
like I
you
would
this?
say
What,
it's anybody one
so
like
no, so
single
what I'm
person's
saying is that
fault.
I want to
Sometimes
know.
people don't be meant for each other, So that's all that is. It's nothing crazy.
Venus cursing me out. God damn. I'm sorry, Venus. I promise you I didn't do it on purpose. But what gave you this idea that being non-decision making is a good way to go about a relationship?
Kind of like what the Two Straws said. Kind of like he kind of touched on something. He said sometimes you just be willing to like see where it goes, even if it don't fully align right away. You just willing to like kind of just see it out. But maybe that's a trap in itself because if you already see it's see little things, you should acknowledge that for what it is. But I heard something a while ago. It was like I think it was from a movie or something. But they were saying for men, it's like if we with somebody, we more likely to just go ahead and gamble on it, like put all our cards on the table for this. Versus a lot of times women actually know how to vet options a little bit better, and they could actually talk to a couple people at
You
one
agree with
time.
that?
And yeah, I think so, 100%. Because like I was saying, like I've dated women where
So
we
you
both.
agree with that for yourself? Because me personally, I'm not like that.
I've never been good at like actually pursuing multiple options at once. Like honestly, if I'm talking to somebody, it's gonna
Why
be
would you
one
want to?
person.
Okay, all right. Why would you want to have multiple options at once?
Not at once, but it's like actually looking like for options instead of just like if you are, I don't know. I really don't like.
So okay, so what I need you
like
to
look, if you dating,
so
right?
like
If you
within this,
let me say it like
hold
this.
on,
If you
hold on. What I need you to stop saying I don't know. Get that word out your vocabulary.
What if he doesn't
Would you
know?
be able to do that? Would you be able to do that for the rest? I don't care. Can you do that for the rest of the show? Don't say I don't know.
Gotcha.
I want you to pick a stance and stand on it. If it's wrong later, you're able to change your stance later once you got better information. But stop saying I don't know. You need to be able to stand on something so you could allow yourself to make mistakes so you could correct those things in life. But if you keep not knowing some shit, you ain't gonna never know. Agreed?
Yeah, I got you. It sounds solid. Yeah.
Okay, so don't have the mental idea of saying, what if I don't know? It doesn't matter if you know or not. Stand on something, choose it, and then when you gather more information, then you can make a better decision. It's okay to fail. Do you think that it's not okay to fail as a man?
No, yeah, I 100% think it's okay to fail as a man. That's how you learn. Yeah.
Okay, so I need you to stop saying I don't know.
Gotcha.
All right. So why do you need more options? What is going on with this whole option trading that you're trying to do with your dating life?
I'm not saying I need options, no, but I'm saying I've noticed females. It's a difference where, at least for myself, I can't speak for other men, but I don't
Pause
have
there. Pause there. What do you mean by females? What's a female?
women. I should say women.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because you know they got because what you smoke is female weed plants, right? Correct.
I guess, yeah.
No, there we go. Don't guess. Do you know that the weed that you smoke is a female?
Yeah, you got the female flower.
Yes,
Yeah.
you do know that. So this is
Yeah.
why words matter. You can't just gloss over words and say like they don't matter. The word female is very disrespectful to a human being.
Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know that. I didn't know that.
Right? Because you got orangutan. They have a female, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you ever call that orangutan a woman?
You put me on to something. I ain't know. Oh shit!
You didn't answer the question. You didn't answer the question. Would you ever call an orangutan
No, I
a
wouldn't
woman?
call no orangutan a woman. That's not a woman. No.
Okay, so be careful with the words that you're using because women will find that disrespectful. So if you're talking to women and you calling them females, that is highly disrespectful to a human being.
Got you.
Okay, so now let's keep it moving down the line. So now, what is these options that you need? So you want to have more options in the sense of you want to be more attractive to women in the world? Is what you mean by options?
No.
What do you mean by options?
Going through being able to pick somebody that's a perfect, not necessarily perfect, but the best match possible for myself. And that would require me going out and exploring different options.
And I'm gonna get back on camera too, by the way, John. Be confident in yourself. You wasn't afraid to be on camera in the beginning. Don't be afraid now. So this option. So the main thing that you gotta be able to do is make decisions on what you like and dislike in the opposite sex. That's number one. And stand on it until you get more information. You might find out that you're right, wrong, or indifferent.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the number one thing that you're going to have to do. So you're going to have to build confidence in your choices. So with that being said, with your choices, what kind of choices are you looking for in a woman in the first place? Give me like 5. Okay, he got a phone call. Welcome to the show, Knight. Welcome to the show, Kills. I'm gonna bring in Too Strong. I'm gonna ask him some questions too, because I want to understand my young brothers out there that might possibly be struggling with finding themselves some mates. Because I want to understand what their struggles are. Because a lot of times I don't understand their struggles because we don't get the chance to actually fully flush out a lot of these conversations. I'm pretty sure there's another man out there that's possibly going through the same thing as Jihad Bell. Welcome to the show, Knight. Good day, Knight.
Good morning, Sharon. I didn't see you out there in China, Japan, or something like that. You eating meat again? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well, thank you.
What was it? Chicken and
I had some things out here. I even tried oxtails for the first time in a long time too, so that was interesting as well.
Okay. The world is very interesting in 2026. A lot of people is discovering themselves. What's today's topic? What are we talking about today?
So the first question is because I want to ask Too Strong a couple of questions because he has some of similar sentiments as Jihad, so I want to ask him some questions as well. But to get you into the mix of everything, the question today is: are women black women safer with the system than a black man?
I think black women still got to be cautious whatever system they in, because they still don't. I heard them say that they think that black women got a pain threshold, that they don't certain things, and I think that's some bullshit. You got to look at individuals as individuals, not say that they got a higher pain threshold so they don't need certain things. Protection. I still think in 2026 they're the least protected. They're not protected at all.
Damn.
Least protected.
Okay. Okay. So you didn't answer the question yet. So what you kind of did? You saying that you don't really trust any system for our black women?
Not for us. No, not at all.
Yeah, I think it's tough. I think for me, what I said, now it's very difficult for me to answer this question as well, because a lot of the examples that we see and communicate with on a day-to-day basis, I believe with the things that we are witnessing, a lot of our black women are safer with the system, with the things that we're witnessing on a day-to-day basis.
You think they safer?
I think they safer with the system, with the things that we are witnesses on a day-to-day basis in communication with these viral clips of some of the things that these brothers are saying in person. It seems that the internet is seeping out into the real world, and it is safer with black women in the system than with black men, and it's kind of scaring me a little bit.
Hey, listen, I don't think they safe at all. What was that shit?
But I didn't say they was. I said safer. So we had to choose one of. So we know it's not safe with the black man. It's not safe in the system, but one of them got to be safer.
Hey, Sean, quick pause. I can't send a super chat. I was trying. I don't know what's happening with the system.
I don't know what you got going on with your phone, but that shit is annoying. What is that sound?
Yeah, I was talking to Sharon. Hey, I'm trying to send that. I don't know what. Can you check that on your end?
All right. Maybe try the other channel sometimes. I don't know. I don't know what YouTube is trying to do. I don't know what YouTube is trying to do. We still need 15 likes, goddamn. So I don't know.
Hit the like button. Yeah, that shit threw me off. Titan, Shadow Titan, whatever your name is. Yeah, I don't think women is safe at all.
That was pretty clear.
Is the super chat button there or is not there? I don't know.
No, it's there, but whenever I hit it, and maybe it's a Google thing or maybe it's a YouTube thing. It's not letting me process at all. So I'll check it. I'm gonna delete the app and bring it back.
All right. And I ain't missed no super chat, so I'm not sure what King Alpha is talking about. Maybe somebody can double check to see, drop a 99-cent super stick or something like that to make sure. See if the super chat's working. Because King Alpha said he paid a drop, but I don't see it.
It
didn't come up on my side.
See, it's like they'll process, but then it's showing that you've already purchased one, so you can't do another one behind it.
I'm not sure. So at Kim West, $2 says, "Is it working?" Yes, it is. Thank you so much, West.
Thanks, Kim.
So I'm not sure what King Alpha talking about, and Shadow's also having issues as well. So hopefully, I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like it's on my end.
Well, hopefully you're having an enjoyable time out there. Shout out to the wifey and the babies.
Yeah, man. So like, it's just a scary time. You know what I'm saying? Like that this question is still being asked. You know, it's always a scary thing to see how far we go up or down. Shout out to Gordy 513. Just checking with the 2 ball. Thank you so much for participate. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Gordy. Yeah, you know, so because I think the issue that I'm having with it, Knight, is that it's a lot of things that us as black men as a collective we need to work on. We need to work on getting our higher education. We need to work on getting our money up. We need to work on our violence. We need to work on our ego. We need to work on our self-awareness. And you know, and it's so, and there's a couple of more things that's out there as well that we as a collective we need to work on. So my question to you, Knight, how do we change our rhetoric culture as black men to eradicate some of these issues that we have within our own circle as black men?
We can focus on them things you just said.
Shit.
We can focus on them things you just said. We need to get our education up for sure. We need to learn more skills for sure. We need better jobs for sure. Yeah, we need to focus on them things you just said. Just focus on what Sharon just said. Focus on that. That'll make a difference.
Okay. Okay.
You don't think so?
No,
education. Well, read some more books, get some more skills, get a better. Yeah. Focus on what you just said right there.
Yeah, you know, I've been preaching that for the past 3 years. I've been attempting to get my brothers to understand that we really need to focus on the focus. I think I think a lot of times we lose focus on the
big waterhead boarding came up here. Eda Man.
Baby, welcome Eda Man Williams. Welcome to the show, and answer the question before you go into your other commentary. Do you think black women are safer with the system than a black man?
Yeah, I think that black women are safer with the system than the black man. Absolutely. I think that the problem is that we thought that we had to choose between the system and the black man, and everybody said don't bring up that special community, but they became more wealthy by putting their women on the system and also keeping them. So I don't think the lie was that women had to choose. They had to say one or the other, and we've seen other communities choose both. They get on the system and they got their man, right? But absolutely, the system doesn't hurt them. I don't know what Nitish is talking about. Like, it's no
say my name.
I don't know what Nitish is talking about. Nitish talking about something. The system hurt them. No, it did not.
I didn't say anything about nothing hurt nothing.
The point
so one of the ways, Eda Man, if we want to dive into that, one of the ways the system hurt women, we could say the mortality rate.
Explain.
Giving birth, the birth mortality rate. So black women, they die at 3 times more than any other race in America.
So,
for example.
So when you say the system, you trying to include the doctor? They're not the system.
Yeah, the medical system is definitely part of the situation because they're the ones that I believe Nitish brought it up today, saying, hey, they believe that we have a stronger threshold of pain. Black women specifically. Also recently, what's the guy that is the head of the MAGA health department of RFK? What? He said that black people, they have a different tolerance to medicine, so we should be tested. We should be giving them these different vaccines before everybody else. So yes, that is absolutely a part of the system, the medical system.
Oh no! Okay, so when you say the system,
I'm gonna just make it clear. I'll just give you an example of how a system can hurt black women specifically more than any other race. Just giving you one version.
Yeah, but no, when you said system, I was thinking from because the medical system is an optional system, right? It's not something. When you said system, I was thinking more of like food stamps, Section 8, all that kind of stuff, right? When we start talking about medical, then we start arguing, like, because the black women would have to be a part of that medical system regardless if it was with a man or without a man. If my sister was to go to the hospital, they still had to use that system. When you compared the two, I thought it was
Not
more
true.
like,
So that's where we probably disagree at, right? So it's plenty of communities that they don't go to the so-called healthcare system. They got their own system. They got their own people doing ambulance. They got their own people doing the birthing. They got their own village doctor, especially over here in New York. Like, it's only them that's giving birth to them. Like, you have to be like in a cab and somewhere else, and that you just had no choice but to push it out throughout your belly, right? So it is communities that figured out ways to take care of their own within their medical system.
no. So it sounds like you trying to say in the medical system, you believe 51% or more is bad for black women. Because obviously we understand if you have more money with higher insurance, you get better care, correct? And we're not saying that that's still the system.
No, that's not correct, because it's black women that are highly successful. They still have to fight within that realm as well. Recently, noted person, Kyla Pratt, said that she was telling the doctor that she is a successful woman that makes plenty of money. And she told her doctor, a private doctor, that she was in pain. And then they told her, no, you'll be okay. We're not going to do anything about it. So it's happening on all levels of financial income.
I don't know. So I'm trying to figure out, you think if someone in pain and the doctor believe that they should not, quote unquote, get medicine based on their professional, that's abuse?
Yes.
That's crazy. Okay.
Because if it's happening 3 times more than everybody else, absolutely. So if something is happening to me at a disproportionate rate, yes, it is something wrong with that. That is abuse.
Okay.
So you're saying that
I guess I gotta agree.
So you're saying those doctors that believe that black women can have more tolerance to pain, that those doctors are not abusing the system?
No, like I said, my wife comes from the medical field, right? And I understand how doctors.
No, answer my question first.
No,
I
I
believe
don't.
those doctors.
No. If a doctor have assessed the patient and feel that the patient doesn't need medicine, I don't think that's abuse.
Wow.
At that point, we like trying to say that they're licensed, like because this is the thing that I like about when we have these conversations. We always come from the perspective like, okay, the patient must be right. Like we have like it's not a whole group of people out here selling medicine. Like so the idea of go ahead.
So either man, if I'm in the hospital with you and you telling me you are in pain, you need something for your pain, and the doctor come and touch you and says, he's acting, that's not real. His pain tolerance is much higher than the average person. He doesn't need whatever this thing is. You saying I should agree with that doctor and not believe you?
What I'm saying is yes. If we're gonna say that he's a medical doctor and he got medical experience, and we gonna say that his degree count for something, if that's the case, we shouldn't have doctors doing prescriptions. But I'm just saying, I grew up in Georgia, and I knew a whole bunch of women selling Percocet in men. It's just with men that go to the hospital. It was an over abuse of the system of people just getting it, and I don't see people just not getting it. I think they limit them. So I seen they give them some, they use it really fast, and then once they use it really fast, they say, okay, I'm not giving you any more because it looked like you over abusing that drug. So that's what I see.
Wow.
Go ahead, Chicago. I'm wrong though.
Yeah, I don't.
very
Oh, let me greet the panel first.
Yeah,
Peace to the guys, man. What's happening, fam?
Yes. What's going on, Rilla? That was crazy.
Hey, man, how's Asia treating you, fam? You good over there?
Yeah, it's beautiful, Rilla. I got to set it up for you to come out here. You're gonna
Man,
love it.
I needed to check that Burger King video. I was like, is this Joker eating meat?
Yeah.
I'm trying.
He has a beautiful cot waiting for you, Chicago. He monastery Blanche.
I need to get my Zen right and check my chakras. Yeah, I only pull up to disagree with Eda Man.
Eda Man is tripping, Chicago.
Yeah, I'm just curious to know if there's a such thing as malpractice, misdiagnosis. What's the proportion of that for Black people? I'll give an anecdotal really quick. My second nephew, Chico, when he was born, we rushed my sister, me, my mom's, and my granddad. We drove with my sister to the hospital. My sister telling the doctor, "Hey, he's coming out." Like they trying to take her somewhere. Actually, they was trying to just get us to check in. And she's like, "Hey, this baby is coming out." And they're not even paying attention to it. And she said, "Hey, he's in my lap." So finally, I don't know what they saw. They wheeled it to the back. 2 seconds later, you hear the boy crying. And you hear my sister cussing him out. Right? Because I told you he was in my lap. Right? So the idea that, these doctors aren't human too, or that they don't have biases, or, they should hold to an ethical standard and HIPAA agreements and all that other stuff, that doesn't happen all the time. And I think what we see more often than not, and, is that for people who are marginalized, we see some of the most egregious things happen against them. I don't know how we refute that.
Chicago.
So can I respond to that?
Wait. Chicago. This dude, Eda Man, is saying while a woman is screaming to the top of her lungs and she need an epidural, that she's not really in pain.
Exactly. They wasn't nowhere near concerned.
No,
Right.
but
they were trying to make sure we had insurance, I guess. I don't know.
No, but that's the point that I'm saying. So that's the point is, I think we just got so spoiled as a society, right? Because first of all,
He's doubling down on the dumb shit.
Okay,
Eda Man, shut up. Don't speak.
Okay, I thought I was going to respond. I guess not.
But we don't have people who go to the hospital.
Let Eda Man respond. I do want to hear his response. Honestly, I'm sorry, Shadow.
Yes, please. Let him respond. Go ahead, Eda Man.
So, first of all, it is proven that a lot of these medicines that y'all so-called advocating right now, it's not really good for these women. For example, for this idea we start talking about this epidural, right?
Hold on, E. I want to, before we move it to what is good for them and what is not good for them, steer the conversation back to these women not being believed, and she literally had to have a baby on her lap to say, "Oh, the baby is coming." Like, let's focus on that part of the conversation first before we say what's good and what's bad.
Well, I think that's natural. A woman having a natural born baby and it coming out of her vagina into her lap is natural. I get what Chicago saying. He wished that. Hold on, okay. I guess I ain't.
Hold on. No, because you're missing the conversation. She was telling the doctor that the baby is coming, and the doctors were ignoring it. That's what the conversation is about.
Correct.
Yeah.
We gotta accept that this nigga is slow.
Okay. No,
we do, but still, hold on, y'all. But still, he can, even though he's slow, he knows how to have a conversation towards a topic. I see Eda Man knows how to do that very well. So even though Ditus is calling you slow, please let's talk to that part of the conversation that this woman was being ignored while the doctors was walking past with the baby halfway out her vagina. That's what the conversation is.
That's my field. Let me come in after him.
What happened.
Let me come in after him. That's actually, I'm in that field, but go ahead.
So it sounds like that his sister was at an emergency room. Correct me if I'm wrong. She showed up to an emergency room, and
this can't be alive.
Okay, can't be. Let's say just let 2 cents go, because like I said, when people disagree and y'all don't like it, that y'all feel like y'all got to cut off.
Hey, Sharon, go ahead and shoot 2 cents.
I'm just saying, go ahead, 2 cents.
Hey, Sharon, go ahead and shoot 2 cents. I got a bullet in the chamber.
Okay. No,
I don't have time for that goofy ass shit today.
You can finish your
face out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Next, Edie, go ahead and finish.
2 cents. Shadow has dropped you for $20. I don't know what you did to him, but you did something. But Eda Man, what I'm saying is that like it's not to focus on Chicago's anecdotal experience, but it's to acknowledge that these things has happened past his anecdotal experience that 3 times more Black women are having this issue.
And
3 times more than any other race. So
But that,
it's
my
not.
argument is level of insurance, right? Now, I know people disagree. It's different if you go into an emergency room to have a baby and you have an OBGYN that walks you through that whole process, that they have this thing really planned out. I'm telling you, where like you got a room, you got everything, you got the bathtub. I'm just saying, I understand how low end emergency room works versus actually having paid services.
No, Eda, man. You way off.
Not
Are you
letting-
talking about
letting hear
inducing?
yourself. No.
Are you?
Sharon
I'm
gave
just
me the
curious.
perfect scenario.
Go ahead.
of
You're
a
right.
woman that already is going through it. She's saying she's in pain, and Eda Man is saying what?
So Eda Man,
in the same token, he said the women are safer with the system.
Yeah.
And we didn't factor in. We didn't know that we could factor in the healthcare system. That there's a system of healthcare that's ran by the government and regulated by the government.
Well, even if you put that statement in there,
yeah.
I'm telling you, if we exclude the
so let me
healthcare,
get this straight, Eda Man. Hold on. So let me understand your argument, because I'm still not really understanding your argument, Eda Man. Are you saying that the reason why Black women have this situation of 3 times more than any other race is because of the level of insurance they have?
in my opinion, yes.
You said what?
Yes, in my opinion.
Wow.
That's crazy.
The math does make sense. Like with better insurance, you actually get better care. You get specialized hospitals. You get specialized care. I don't know why everybody's saying it's crazy. Everybody who's been in the hospital should know this.
No, Shadow.
Alright,
That's
so
not what
the
everybody
reason-
said.
So the reason why
Go
it's
ahead, go ahead.
crazy is because we have celebrity Black women saying that these things are happening to them when they at the height of their level and they had the best doctors, so-called best doctors in their city. And these things of doctors not paying attention to their pain still happen to them. So those women that have the top doctors or insurance or whatever they paid for, they have that, and this still happens. How do you now still have the same sentiments of it depends on your insurance level?
Well, when you say, that's what I said, when you talk about pain, and I get that y'all guys don't want to acknowledge this. When you actually talk to a doctor about pain, the doctor have to assess that level of pain. Now, what we saying is that should we believe all patients, right? We understand that it was a whole epidemic of doctors was believing all the patients. They was just giving out all this medicine. We had a whole opioid crisis, and it was a problem in America. We know that. So what I'm saying is now when a doctor is actually assessing a patient and they say, hey, check this out, we're not going to give you these medicines that are unnatural. It's like, damn if they do, damn if they don't, because a lot of physicians got in trouble for the simple fact that they was over prescribing people. That was the
Thank you. They were literally catching federal cases for this.
Okay, so they was over prescribing medication. That's fine. So, but the problem is that the Black women are dying 3 times more than anybody else. So it is a real thing that Black women are dying. So these are not people that had false pain problems. Clearly was something wrong, and the doctor is ignoring them 3 times more than everybody else, and those women are dying 3 times more than anybody else. So why are we talking about things of people acting like they are hurt to get some goddamn Percocets? This is not what we are talking about.
And that's not happening at the scale that he's trying to make it seem like, right? So Sharon, is there a connection to a doctor and big pharma per se, right? In other words, is there incentive for doctors to prescribe and or overprescribe? And does that happen?
Evidently not.
It is.
I don't mean to be that guy, but I went ahead and did research while y'all were talking. Y'all also are aware that Black women are also uninsured at about that same 1/3 rate. So I'm not saying they should be correlate, but if you look at the medical system, yeah, if they're not getting the same health insurance care and they're not getting the same protection through that insurance, they're being treated very differently because of that lack of insurance.
Wait, hold on. You have to cite that source to make that make sense. Because y'all say that the women are on welfare.
I'll give you the back. No, I'll give you the back chat right now.
And I know what comes with welfare, right? And so now they're uninsured at the same rate.
Chicago, did you hear what Sharon said about the rate of women?
No, hold up. It's lack of insurance or coverage that doesn't cover as much. I was very specific about what I said. It's not the same level of insurance. Medicare is not the same thing as Blue Cross Blue Shield Platinum. Like, we can be real about that.
Sharon, you talking about the amount of women that's passing away, right?
Right.
What the fuck is Shadow talking about? What did you read? What?
He said.
Hold up, wait, because he keeps asking me stupid ass questions, so I'm going to give him a stupid ass response.
Hold on. So hold on. So Shadow.
Yes.
Women dying at a 3 times higher rate than any other race.
Yes.
You just chalking up strictly up to poverty.
Yes, I'm chalking up lack of medical care to poverty. Absolutely. It actually makes perfect sense. You're not getting the same medical care primarily due to the lack of insurance, either total lack of insurance or inefficient care. You're not getting the same prenatal cares. You're not getting this. Yeah, you can actually go down this list and it'll break down why the same thing is happening. Literally through a medical record.
Okay.
Well, the thing is, the black women have those same outcomes even when they have good private insurance.
That's
There
what I
have been
keep
studies
telling
done that show that.
I keep telling him the same thing, but he don't want to hear that part.
So you saying they dying because they don't got enough money?
Right, that's what he's saying. Yeah. Even though
I'm saying, what I'm saying is you can literally correlate the two. The chart literally adds up.
No, you can't.
Correlation isn't causation.
So just because the numbers add up, that doesn't mean that is okay. So Shadow, look up women that have the same insurance, whatever level that is that you can find, and see if there's a difference in what's happening to black women in any other race. Same insurance. If it's everybody that's on Medicaid, anybody that's on private, let's look up what is the correlation to that part, and we'll see if what you say goes up.
No,
let me ask another layer of this. See if Sharon agrees with it.
He said, "I'm a dummy because women is dying because they don't got good enough health insurance."
Well, I want to go to the next layer. Right?
And not only that. Why we not concerned, regardless if it is that, we should still be in high alert and high concern that black women are dying 3 times more than any other race in the same situation.
So can we go to the next layer now? Or you want to stay here?
Go ahead, man.
So the next layer is it is proven that white women, since we're doing a white and black today, white women actually go to more doctor visits, 15% more than black women. So they actually catch things faster than it happening with black women. Do you disagree with that too, Storm?
Yes, I disagree.
I guess we just go just to the facts again. I guess
just say that with a straight face.
That's why.
Diva, I know you in the library. You gotta come off of mute for that.
We really can't have a conversation because y'all.
Man, because y'all like to throw stuff out there. Y'all don't cite y'all sources. Y'all just say things.
Cite it right now. I can cite it right now for you.
Please cite your source, please.
The Michigan Medical Research Department, also known as the KF Family Foundation, did this report.
Oh man,
that's what I'm saying. Is like we have to accept.
I'm actually looking at the policy center, for the maternal mental health, literally the PCMM. I'm looking at it right now, and it's saying
We gotta
Hold on,
accept y'all facts and y'all statistics, and then we say that our statistics not good enough. I had to argue one of y'all
No, I
statistics.
I came up with anecdotal. Go ahead, Sharon. My bad, brother.
Yeah, let Shadow cite a source, and Edom's gonna put that source in the back as well for us. Go ahead, Shadow.
Okay, hold up. I'm moving back to it right now. Check. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. The maternal mortality rates in 2023, the mortality rates for Black women was 50.3 deaths per 100,000 live births, more than 3.4 times the rate for white women in the same insurance policy. Factors beyond innocent is the hospital qualities, which 53% of Black patients deliver in non-teaching Black serving hospitals, which are often have fewer resources compared to the 19.1% of white patients. And then it talks about the systematic bias, and it says Black women have the highest cesarean rate of 36%, even for low risk births. So they're more likely to go through cesarean, C-sections, which adds to, infantile mortality.
Wait, but we skipped over. It talks about the systematic bias, which Sharon is asking.
Let's not move past this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Systematic bias. Issues such as medical coercion.
My bad. Systemic, my bad.
Right.
Yeah, but
issues such as
Shadow, is that not a
you sound like
thing though?
Is that not what Nightish?
A horrible thing.
No, 1,000%.
We're not saying it's not.
No, he actually just proved Sharon's point. He actually illustrated Sharon's point.
100% he did. So Shadow, so you see,
what we talking about?
you see that even
even with same insurance, it's unequal medical treatment. It's an unequal medical treatment metric by about 43%. So yeah, you actually it coincides with what Sharon said.
No,
so look, I'm okay with being wrong.
Said 3%. Go ahead, my bad. 3 times, my bad.
Be okay with shutting up sometimes.
And as we move forward, I do want y'all to understand.
David, I'm trying to library.
Hold on. So what I'm saying is this: when I do talk about something, trust me, you are not arguing me. I know y'all always feel like y'all arguing me, but you're really not. You're arguing something that is looked up and that is somewhere in the ethosphere as a fact. I want y'all to go look it up yourself. I don't want people to just believe me just because it's me. I want people to hear what I'm saying and then start doing some research on their own so they can learn how to critically think for themselves. I don't want people to depend on me because I ain't going to be there 24/7. Because people start to hear things, they need to start critically thinking like, is this true? Okay, why does this website say it's true versus this one saying it's wrong?
Facts. Yep.
Compare and contrast the two informations. And then now you can actually have critically think, a critical thought, and now you could process the information for how you see fit because of the information you gathered. And the things that support your finds. Right. So, for example, you came up here arguing something, then now hopefully you say, you know what? Hashtag SNL. Sharon never lies.
Oh, wait a minute now.
I'm gonna say it also co-signed what he said, because again, especially during pregnancy, it's even saying that Black women aren't even going through the same care that women of other races are, which makes sense. Again, which makes sense based on this record. If you're not getting the same care and you're not getting the same thing, on top of the medical coercion, there's a multi-layer factors that are all leading to this compounding issue. So I do actually agree with
your word, brother. Because we came in talking about insurance. So now we say they got the same insurance, right? Now they not getting the same amount of care, which goes to what Diva was saying. Even when they have the insurance, they not getting the same care. What are y'all missing?
I'm not missing nothing, Chicago. Either man was up here talking about people making excuses and all this. No, Goofy. That's why I said when he got up here, big waterhead boy.
Hold on, I gotta read a comment. I gotta find it first. Okay, y'all keep cooking while I find this comment. So I'm getting cussed out. I think it's crazy when we see the. Okay, here we go. I believe this is it right here. It says, "Read my comment, goddammit." Shout out to the Cash App. Sharon asked them how they would feel if their black daughters was neglected medically simply because the doctor believes that black people bear more pain than others. Ooh, that's a tough one. You want to answer that, Shadow? You want to give it a shot?
Yeah, here's the thing. Just because if my daughter went to the hospital and said, "Oh, I've got a headache, I need a narcotic," I'm going to be like, yeah, no. I'm going to trust the medical opinion of the person that had a degree to do so. Hey,
wow,
they're saying, it's what it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be taking them to that doctor. I'm not going to take my daughter to a doctor that I don't trust. It doesn't make sense.
Damn, hey, Rilla, what's your thought on that same question? Your daughter is, damn, that shit kind of threw me for a loop. What's your thoughts on what he, on the question?
I was sending you something, brother. Say that again. What's the question?
Oh,
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
He ran.
Wait, what?
But so the question is,
why did he drop 90s? What was the price point?
The question was, ask them how they would feel if a black dog was neglected medically, simply because the doctor believes that black people bear more pain than others. Shadow said, what now to that question?
I said, and I quote, I would trust the doctor that I'm sending my daughter to. If they're saying, hey, the pain that you're saying you're in isn't matching, I'm going to have to trust their degree. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sending my daughter to that doctor.
Yeah, we fucked up.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and so I'll say for me, I thank God that I lived in Atlanta for the time that I lived in Atlanta when I was out there procreating, right? And I'm just keeping it a bean. My children's pediatrician was black, and their mother OBGYN was black. You know what I'm saying? Rest in peace, Dr. Fremont. Dr. Fremont is the GOAT. You understand what I'm saying? And so there was no, oh, you feel a pain, you could tolerate that. There was attention to detail when my seeds was born. You understand what I'm saying? That's
absolutely.
And for those of us men who have been in a room and experienced your seed born, I think we should have a different position on this. I'm not understanding why we bringing up money and this, that. I don't give a fuck about no money. My seed coming into this world.
But Miller, you trusted your doctors, right? Otherwise, you would have went to go get it. Otherwise, you would have went to go see a different doctor, right?
No. There was a couple of things. Let me say with Dr. Fremont specifically, right? There was a couple of things. And this is why, Sharon, I advocate for community. I found out Dr. Fremont knew, one of the VPs at the college that I went to. I went to Atlanta Metro, same college Tiki went to. One of the VPs in that college, Dr. Fremont knew him. Dr. Fremont had also been the OBGYN for, the mother of my children at that time when we were together. He had been in their family for generations. He was from Louisiana. And when I talked to him, he was a straight shooter. So there was a connection there. There was understanding there. So if the mother of my children came in, and I want the men who have children with a mother that you're not with, I want you to understand I'm saying mother of my children, not baby mama, on purpose. So when I went in there, and if the mother of my children had an issue, he addressed that. I'll give you another example. Ladybug, my youngest. Ladybug was supposed to be a Christmas baby. Hey, Dr. Fremont said, hey, man, I ain't coming in here on Christmas. He said, we finna induce that, right? I'm younger at the time. It is what it is, right? I know all the alpha men and the big brolic dudes. Man, I ain't letting them. She gonna have it on Christmas. It's supposed to be on Christmas. Hey, man. Hey, Ladybug is in December, but Dr. Fremont was a G. He said he coming in on Christmas. But that's the care and attention. So when Eat a Man talks about like all this special attention that I guess when you in a different tax bracket or you get a different amount of coverage. No, man. Like the stuff that we be talking about up here, man. Y'all try and make it linear, and that's why I say we need to focus. We need to have a super hyper focus on voting locally. I'm on mute, fam.
Man, and let me also shout out to the Cash App. It says treat the family tonight. Thank you so
treat
much,
them
my brother.
tonight. I mean that, Sharon.
And no, thank you for real, because I really appreciate it. Seriously, y'all don't really understand. Like that should be meaning a lot to me. I be fighting for my life out here, man.
No, I know.
Yeah.
The other thing I don't think people understand is
I be out here swinging Chicago, trying to get the conversation to move into, you know what I'm saying, into these type of man. So
I understand what it means. That's what I'm saying. Treat the family tonight, fam. For real.
Yeah. So, and I'm surprised. Let me welcome back 2 Cents. He is somebody that's a part of the medical field. He could give us his 2 cents on the topic at hand. Welcome back to the show. 2 Cents.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I said in the shadow, but it's so good. Hey, but look, check this out, man. In the hospital, at the end of the day, they are scared to do this pain thing. So yeah, that happens to a lot of them. But when it comes to our Black women, we know that's an alarming rate. 800,000 women get pregnant. And out of that 800,000, 200 people passed away. But if you do math, that's 0.025. It's not an epidemic, but we know it's at a higher rate than our counterparts. Because white people only get 1.6 million, basically double what we have in pregnancies. 250 people of those people passed away. So yeah, man, if you look at the numbers, we got to be careful, man. Some of these people that be speaking, they're talking from personal experience. That's like a person saying the 19 was fake, but your uncle or your grandmother passed away from it. So it's kind of offensive to them. So I do get it, but I wish it would get addressed. I don't see it getting addressed too much. It's a lot of politics be going on up in that hospital with these doctors, man. You try to tell them. I don't confuse customer service. The customer's always right with patient's bill of rights when you're in the hospital. You don't have to take that medicine that the doctor gave you because you got rights. But he ain't got to give you what you talking about you want. It's an unfair thing. The best thing is to try to stay as healthy as you can and get your checkups. And if you got good insurance, that does matter. I don't know what y'all talking about. No, it do matter. But I'm gonna stop right there. And hey, what's good, Shadow, though, man?
Hey, 2 Cents. Let me go ahead and. So here's what was going on. He was in the middle of a conversation, and I kept hearing that, like you were kind of jaded on it. I was like, hold up, bro. And we're gonna have this conversation. Again, if it wasn't you, that's my bad. I thought it was you.
No,
it could have been somebody else. But if it wasn't you, my bad, bro. Sometimes I just bust. Sometimes I just shoot and hope it hits the right person.
Man, you were shooting in the air. You were shooting in the air. It won't mean because I was muted up.
Conversation, man.
It's all good.
Then I apologize, bro.
Hey, 2 Cents. I'm in retail, right? And here's my philosophy that I say to my team. The customer is not always right, but I'll always do what's right for the customer.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair?
Right.
Okay, so that ties in again to the conversation that we had.
Yeah.
I'm on mute.
He got cut off. Oh, he gone. Oh no, he's still there. I can't hear you, bro. Something.
No, you were saying you were making a point about being in the medical field and customer service, right?
Yes, sir.
And you made a point about the customer is not always right. I was saying I agree with you, but I work in retail. I'm in the customer facing business, right? As most people are in healthcare, right? And so my point is, what I said was, I teach my team and I live by this credo of the customer is not always right, but I will always do what's right for the customer. And I think you said you agree with that, and that was fair.
I did.
Yeah, I'm on mute.
Yeah. It's scary, bro. Like I went all my life, never been in the hospital, never stayed. Man, I got in a critical accident, broke 4 ribs. My wrist is shattered. My hand, I can barely use it. I got facial fractures. And I'm having to deal with this stuff. And I understand what these pregnant women I empathize. Of course, I can't be in their shoes. But what's been happening to them, it's scary as a Black woman to go in and have a child, or if you have a child that's having one. Man, yeah, it's a dirty game out there, man. Y'all, some people ain't actually speaking some straight facts on what it is. So yeah, I don't care what your insurance is, you might get some better care, but at the end of the day, we know what the numbers are. We know what the numbers are. These people are passing away in real life.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, Chicago Rilla, I don't think you got a chance to answer the question. Cynthia G asked a question recently. And the question was, Chicago Rilla, are Black women safer with the system than Black men?
No.
And why?
No, we're literally, okay. I know the argument can be made both sides. I was thinking about this because I think when Edelman pulled up, I think that's the first thing you asked him that was to answer the question. And he said that they were safer with the system. And that's why I pulled up. Then we went on a maybe 30, 45-minute now dialogue just in healthcare. We're seeing that Black women are safer with the system. And I do agree with the one thing he said, though, is that, we were deceived into, having to choose. Nonetheless, the straight out answer for me is no, I do not think Black women are safer with the system than they are with Black men, because what happens to one of us happens with all of us. And the unfortunate thing is this stuff just seems to be on a cyclical repeat of the men versus the women. When we don't understand that simple stuff like the Section 2 of the VRA, Voter Rights Act of 1965 being gutted, that's not just directed towards Black women. That's directed towards all of us. That's going to impact all of us. Gas at a ridiculously high when, we had a commander in chief that said he appoints the best people and makes the best decisions and, all these other things. Like it's crazy out here right now. So what happens to one of us, it's not like they're going to elevate one portion of our group above the other portion of our group. I've always held to community and that we're better together. So no, I don't think women are better off with the system.
Okay, so let me give you, because I said that we are. So y'all have been talking about healthcare. And so you were talking about maternal mortality. So we know that Black women aren't getting the care that we need in these hospitals. However, y'all don't have no alternative system for us to get our healthcare need right. And so, okay, so we have an underperforming system versus no system at all. And so if we all left the hospitals today, what would we do?
Is that a question to me, Diva?
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I listen. Diva, you in the hospital. I mean, not in the hospital. You in the library.
Hospital.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Okay. I thought you was in the library today. Nonetheless, I do think, listen, my grievance and gripe a lot of time is with the brothers. The brothers that say they, the leaders and so on and so forth. And so I hear you with having to choose, and I won't go against that as a woman. If you say, hey, I choose the underperforming versus the non-existent, right? Anecdotally, I can say what's happened in Chicago in terms of what's being opened, especially on the South Side, as a result of them moving trauma centers like almost on the North Side, whatever, right? I wouldn't disagree with that. Even with that, I'm still not dependent on that system. I'm still not dependent on that underperforming. And if the question now becomes, we have to control all the institutions, that's the main thing I've been pushing for. I still don't trust. I'm sorry. I don't trust the Black women, at least in my spirit, because I'm really thinking about this. I don't trust them to the system over the gentlemen in my sphere. And that's just anecdotal, but go ahead.
So the gentleman in your sphere can deliver babies and perform surgery?
No.
Right. So we're talking about
But
groups
wait, Diva.
people. And so this is where I get frustrated because that just does not make sense. I'm sorry.
Diva.
It just
So,
don't
okay,
make
wait, Diva. I know you're familiar with doula, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So Sharon, I know you got to bring somebody up, but I'm just saying the doulas in my spirit, or at least the ones that I know, like none of those are male. Like none of those are male, right? None of those are male. Those are all female driven. I trust them over I trust the system. I was actually gonna tell Eda, man, I wish my sister, because when he said when I learned about how my nephew dropped into her lap, she actually should have been with a doula delivering that baby in a tub without an epidural. That would have been the more natural thing for her to do, right? Nonetheless, I still don't trust this system.
Damn.
Yeah, that's fine. And, I'm all for doulas and whatnot, but in the event that there are complications, a doula cannot address that.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's fair.
And so again, yeah, it just doesn't make sense to say, oh yeah, come over here with us where there's nothing and you're going to be better off than where over there where you at, where, it ain't the best and it's underperforming, but at least there's something.
Damn, that sounds crazy to me. Welcome to the show, Big Op 2024.
Yo, what's good, everybody?
We're doing well. How you doing? What is your thought?
Doing good. My thought is this. I would say sisters would be good in the system if they stop trying to separate themselves from their man. And when you keep hearing the famous quote from Malcolm X, he said the Black woman is the least protected. Okay, but he also said about leaning towards your man. So if you're talking about going into this system and you'll be safer, well, guess what? We helped build this system. We already know what Black men have done to help build this system. When you want to go back to the Civil War, every war that's been fought, when you go to politically and everything that we've done. So Black women can still be with their man in the system. If you're in this country, you're in the system, period. So unless Black women go also throw in there, or Cynthia G, which I know she wouldn't, then go back to Africa, where it's all Black folks mostly, and you can get into that system. But a lot of women are not going to want to simulate or, like go into that system over there because they're more comfortable over here, which I'm cool with. I ain't mad at it. I love them. But for the ones that talk like that, it's ridiculous because, all right, like I said in the chat earlier, what about the Nation of Islam? They have a system. A lot of sisters don't want to get into that system. They run their own businesses and everything like that. A lot of sisters don't mess with it. They have that religion. A lot of sisters don't want to mess with that.
All right, Big Op. Let me jump in real quick. Let me read this real quick, and I got a question for you. The verb assassin, F around and find out Faraz. Black men insist on living in delusion. Stating we're safer with Black men when they have no system nor infrastructure is delusional. Man, the ladies are really sticking to this right here. And so Big Op 2024, in the Islamic world, do they have a hospital for Black women to give birth?
From my understanding, they also do kind of the what do you call it when they do the home pregnancies again?
The doulas and the midwives. Yeah.
Yeah. So from my understanding, they still do that. Yeah, so they still do that. I'm not saying I'm
That's
Muslim.
fine.
I
So
know
now,
some Muslim brothers.
okay,
So
okay.
just
So
making
now
that
when they
known.
have it, so you're not sure if they have a Muslim owned
No, there's no
Islam.
hospital. There's no Nation of Islam hospital.
Yeah, that
No,
was
not
the thing
technically.
that.
No.
Okay,
No,
so that's
not
the
not
problem that the
physically.
ladies. So big up. So that's the issue that the ladies is having in that system specifically. That system specifically, we have not created something for where we could take our women, our daughters, our nieces
Correct.
to some place to be at least attended to properly without being gaslit to say that you have a higher threshold of pain. Something that's just as simple as that. When other communities have figured out ways to create their own hospitals and they own
Financial
urgent
institutions,
cares,
education, yeah, all that. Yep.
ambulance,
Yep.
all that. Like literally in Brooklyn.
Well, I got a
it's a
question. I got a question. I got a question for you, Sharon. Then, if that's the case, name another group of people that have their own run hospital that has no government influence whatsoever
That
in
will
this country.
be in Brooklyn is a certain area in Brooklyn that even the ambulance you are going to get picked up by their own community in the ambulance. So if you get hit by a car in their community, they ambulance come first, and then they're going to ask you, do you want to go to our hospital or do you want to go to New York City's hospital? They literally
And what
ask you
community you
that.
said it was? What community
That's
you
the
said it was?
small
I
hat.
missed the name.
The
Small
hat
hat.
community.
Okay, so they have. So they have.
Get it.
Hold on, real quick. So they have no government influence on their hospital whatsoever.
It's not about if they have it's the fact that they run the whole thing. They run their own.
No, but that's wait, hold on, hold on. This is what's important. But I'm sorry to cut you off, but real quick.
I'm gonna answer in
But
totality.
listen, this is what I'm saying.
Because, for example, right, they police officers, right? It says NYPD on it, but it also it's only their community that is driving those cars. So they have the same outfits on as a police officer
that's
with the
why I
same
didn't know
hats.
that.
It is their own people in those NYPD cars. So even if somebody get bopped over the head in their community, it's going to be a government NYPD car. However, it is their community people that live in a community is going to be the ones policing it. So technically, we can say that yes, they going to get some kind of government something from. However, they
All right,
are
well,
running it.
let me say this. This is what the real delusion
Diva
is at. Hold on, wait.
disqualified my
Hold
argument
on, y'all.
for
I
that
just got
statement.
here.
Hold on.
I just got here. Can I finish?
Yeah, let me hold on, Auntie. I'm gonna bring you in shortly. Go ahead, Big Op. Big Op have one more thing to say. I got y'all.
Thank you, I'm about to land. Thank you, Sean. So this is where the real delusion is at. For our sister that said, I love them, but God bless them. This is where the real delusion at. We're talking about building a system within a system. We're in somebody else's backyard, basically. So it don't matter what this people have, what that people have, and you see what like the way they're going off on the small hats right now. And we see the people that are empowered that are doing that for real, for real. So even if we build a system here, we have like in Atlanta, they got black ran hospitals and DC and stuff like that, but we still wouldn't consider that our system.
No, they don't.
So the problem with
What
the
black ran
delusion,
hospitals in Atlanta?
I forget the name of, but it's the one that when Jamie Foxx got sick, that's the one he went to. So I'll have to get the exact name, but he was talking about it in his last stand up. He went to an all ran
You
black
talking about
hospital in
Piedmont?
Atlanta to help.
Piedmont is not a black ran
Piedmont is
hospital.
Piedmont definitely not a black run hospital. That's in the
So I
that's in
was
the outskirts of Buckhead.
I was born at a black owned hospital, but it's gone. Georgia Baptist Hospital is gone now, right? Most
Oh,
of
my
the black
chocolate was
Hold up,
born
E,
there.
man. I
E.
thought I was next, man.
Okay, you're
This
right.
whole
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
let
sorry.
me
Ed,
land. I ain't meaning to make y'all go off on something else.
Can you
But let me
find
land
me
real
your
quick. I want to
heart?
Man, you
go off on
taxiing the
something
hell
else.
out that runway.
Hold
Like,
on,
I
all right.
figured
Yeah.
out.
So check it real quick. So like I was saying, it's the delusion our sisters have that within this system you're gonna build a successful system. Historically, we already know what happened to our people when we did have our own and what happened to it. So last thing, if we talking about that, we're gonna have to go to another country and do that. Point blank. Period. It's just delusion to believe we can do that within a system. That's all I'm saying.
Plenty of
Okay, go
other
ahead,
people
Anthony.
have, right? The Chinese traditional, what is it? Traditional Chinese medicine. They have their own medical system.
Yes.
Even when I was in Miami, the Latinos used to run dental and doctor's offices out of their garages,
within a
right?
system,
And so other groups
within
of
a
people have
system.
done it.
It's within a system. That's what I'm saying. It's still within a system that is over
But
their
have they done
system.
it
It's not real
successfully in their
infrastructure.
Right. You
system?
haven't even done that though.
Have they done it successfully in that system?
Right.
Because that's
That's
what
the
you
question.
that's what you posited. You said it was asinine for us to think that we could build successfully within the system. Diva countered and said, no, these people have built successfully within the system. Now you're saying what?
No, I said the same thing. Building within a system, acting like they don't still have control over your ish is delusion. They
They
still
don't
have
have
control
control
over
over
your
you.
stuff. So
No, they
just
don't.
because you're able, yes, they do.
No,
Yes, they
sir.
do. Yes,
No, sir.
yes, they do. At the end of the day,
No,
the same
sir.
thing that's happening with the small hats. When Sharon said about the small hats, that's what he was talking about. Like they got where they going, but what is the Republicans doing to them now?
Hold on, Big Op. Hold on. Okay, we'll let you. We could run back into that part of the conversation. Auntie wanted to join in
Yeah,
on the
my bad. Yeah,
conversation
go
before we
ahead.
move it again to the third time. Go ahead, Auntie.
No, I appreciate it, Sharon. Thank you. Nah, just to the original topic. You're talking about safer. I would break it down even in four parts. There's the financial, there's the physical, there's the mental, and there's the emotional. Right. So I would say financially, physically, and mentally, yeah, you people are going to be safer together than they are apart. Naturally, because you can get a lot more done, but you're going to have to work together. As far as emotionally, that's when I would actually say black women are safer with the system emotionally. They feel a lot better. The system oppresses the men, and hey, if it makes you feel better, hey, then I guess yeah, you're emotionally safer, with the system. But as far as financially, um, physically, and mentally, yeah, you will always be better off with your man. I will explain why. When you guys were even talking about the hospitals, I would agree with Big Op with that. Look, even though that's the system and it's somebody else's system, it is the only system that we have. So even if you're talking about creating your own system, something that you as black Americans have never done, you're probably about 50 to 100 years away from that, even modern day technology. So together is the only way that you can even hold the system accountable and change it and make it safer for everybody involved, or else the system will continue to be messed up. As long as you're gonna be determined to be on your own, you're going to be on your own. Like that just is what it is, and you're not gonna really have much of a chance against that. And of course, financially, you work together. I mean, two is more than one, just naturally. One and a half, I'm saying? Half plus one is more than one. So, I'm saying? You're better off in that situation. I think, people will be emotionally better off when they're together because they get to lean on each other. But I'm sorry, mentally, but emotionally, hey, as far as how you feel, I'm not gonna tell people how they feel, but I think, yeah, the system does make black
Well,
women
let me
feel safer.
let me just say the elephant in the room. I don't think black men can make a better system than a white man. Like I keep hearing what Gerard is talking about. Like y'all want us to make our black men in particular to make our own doctor system, and it's supposed to compete with the white man. I don't think so.
Goddamn.
Wow.
Especially
I think we'll sell
not
it.
in this country, for real.
I think we'll sell it.
I don't know if anybody even made that point though, E.
Well, no, because everybody keeps saying create a better system, a system that we own. And for black women to leave the current system to go to our system, it have to be better. We can't ask them to
That
go to
part.
something worse.
Yeah, I mean, bro,
No,
that's crazy. When people that's actually delusion, and I think it's
for
fantasy.
example, how can I take? So, I think that the main problem that we have is that even when we see a solution that is better than the status quo, we'll fight against that. We know that it is a group of people that, whether they get in government funding or not, they figured out the way where they took over the hospitals and even the ambulance. Like y'all don't understand, like ambulance in certain parts of Brooklyn is only going to be them pulling up in the ambulance. So yes, maybe we have to work in the system, but even that, well, we'll probably have a situation where we are lowering this goddamn mortality rate from 3 times to maybe at least equal. We can at least do that, where we could just limit it, and now we just at an equal rate where we, you know, and then now we got to figure out a new system to correct that system. Why so many people are still dying with all the advancement, right? But at least we can bring ours down to where it is in competition.
Oh.
Well,
I mean, I would say this to either man, right? So making a better system that I agree with him that's delusion and it's fantasy. What you're supposed to do is take the current system that you have and make it better for you, you know. And I think that black men and black women can only do that together. Apart, you can't do that. And I think that's kind of proven in the world we live in now.
And before I pass it to PhD, but the verbal side send F around to find out the 2 ball because she is in the hospital and the library at the same time. But we was kings. Go ahead, Diva.
Right, verbal, but that's what this all sounds like. It's just crazy to me the amount of like self-soothing, even to the point of being delusional, that black men do in order to not have to deal with what's going on. Look, y'all ain't finna build no other system. Why? Well, this is the thing though. Your mindset isn't such that you would be led to do that, right? You're okay with having other people give you stuff, other people control things, and you just be at their mercy, right? Because if that wasn't your mindset, you would have already built that system. Y'all got to start dealing with who y'all really are. And sometimes it don't sound good, but it is what it is.
Exactly. So PhD, but you ain't going to the hospital that these black men built, right?
Telling y'all like, yeah, not to be too harsh with it. She's actually saying factual things, and it does hurt. As a man, we should do better, but that's not where we at. Because at the end of the day, we know. Put it like this: ain't no woman about to do it at this point in time, and ain't no black man doing it. But yeah, we keep talking about our own kind. We know the mortality rate in Africa is like 500 and something. In the United States, we only at 17. China's at like 14 per 100,000. We're not living in Poland and these places like that only have 2 per 100,000. That's not the case. That's
and
just
they ain't got no black people there, 2 cents. You got to be. They ain't got no black people in no Poland. That's why.
Right, but I'm saying they not passing away. Like I don't know what they doing with this.
It's no black people. It's no black people. That's why it's 2%. If we send 1,000 niggas there, it'd be 14, 15 too.
Yeah, they're doing something right, but I know
No,
for a
they're
fact.
not.
Hey, look, no, they're doing only 2 people passing away.
Hold on, but either man, he also brought up in Africa as places where they have very high rates as well.
Correct. Yeah, that's our people doing that.
What I'm saying is, anytime we typically it goes back to poverty. We'll point to an area of poverty, and we say Okay, go ahead, Sharon.
I apologize. Go ahead, yeah, man.
I'm just telling y'all, we'll point to like a place of poverty and say, we don't understand why they died. It's because they're poor. That's why they died in Africa.
Well, based upon the numbers, I can lean with that because I know in Haiti it's like 200 per 100,000. I'm like, man, it's bad, but it ain't as bad. We at 17, China's at 14, Africa is like 500 and something. You know, it's a couple of countries that are right around 2 to 10 per 100,000. But I don't know, what do we do? Like we're not creating it, so we can't complain. Black men can't complain. Okay, then build a dang on hospital for our women to you know, and that's the case. And people like PhD Diva call people out. She's exactly right.
Let me tell you what
Black men can't do
we
it
got
alone.
to answer. Hello, we got
have
to
a real
answer.
issue. Black
Hello.
people cannot do this alone. Only black men. Y'all are starting to sound crazy.
Hold on,
Oh, if black men don't do it, it doesn't exist. That's insanity.
The problem. Go ahead.
Hold on. Yeah, tell me the problem, then I'm gonna address what Shadow just said. Go ahead.
The problem is we keep trying to build a system with a white mindset. We need to go to the Sebi route. We need to go to the idea that we're going to find this way to naturally re-heal us. So what we say is, how can we reduplicate? And this is the biggest problem with Black Americans, in my opinion. We try to reduplicate what white people already created, and then we try to compare ourselves to Chinatown. No, Chinatown, they go do something how Chinese people do it. They don't do it how white people do it. So I am telling us that we need to completely abandon this medicine that we know is not working and got all these side effects. And we need to say, hey, Dr. Sebi, let's go.
You said side of what?
Side effects.
Oh.
So we need to abandon those things and say, let's go to Dr. Sebi. Like, how can we naturally start healing us? How can we start reconnecting ourselves back to the natural way? And I truthfully and honestly, that's the answer. What if we created a whole system that way versus trying to build what the white people did and take over their system? Because that's what it sounds like, a hostile takeover to me.
Okay. I like. Okay. So Shadow, you saying that we need the black men and the black women to create this?
If we're trying to build something for a community, you would need that community to build it properly.
So who would be considered the leader if we need both?
Stop worrying about leaders and start worrying about the actual community.
So is usually in communities, is there a community leader?
That's fine, but again, that's not what my concern is. My concern is healing the people. That should be the first priority. Anything that comes after that needs to come after how to get our people safe, period.
And we also need to stop so much the leader, who's going to be the Malcolm X, we need more than just one person doing that. And also those people got to be selfless, because you see what happens every time somebody gets there to be the main leader, and then they start almost being on some tyranny shit, and it doesn't really work out for us like that. We got to be, like he just said, we got to be more communal with that mindset and working together versus us sitting around. And just like he said, if we're talking about helping and doing this, we got to get away from this system and trying to be like them. It doesn't work for us, and we see that it doesn't work.
Okay, so the first thing I need y'all to do is be community driven, and I need all of y'all to share the goddamn stream. Let's show how community driven we are. We can start with something as simple as sharing this stream. We're gonna see. Get 2 cents.
Oh, my bad. I was checking to see if I liked did I hit like. But yeah, man, at the end of the day, we have to understand in the black community, forget all these other things. That don't mean I don't care. We're talking about the black community as a whole. We need to treat some of the symptoms. We have high risk pregnancies. So meaning like diabetes and all these things like that, heart, autoimmune immune diseases. It can increase the mortality. So we really do, but it's hard to speak to people and get it into them. People being lied to so much. That's why a YN, he ain't trying to hear nothing a lot of people are saying, because, bro, you telling them bull crap that you can't prove at this point in time. So we're trying to correct it as a community. If you do it with the community, like Shadow was saying, it will, it becomes contagious. That community is doing it. That community is doing it. But we need to treat some of the symptoms. Yeah, our women are passing away in pregnancies, which we were talking about. But we know that they are at the top of high risk pregnancies. And you can go down the list of the things that they have, and they are having pregnancies. And if we can treat some of the things, the symptoms, we could probably move a little bit further on that if we keep it in the medical field.
Well, if I can jump in right there real quick, I think that that's actually the issue is that there's been too much treatment of the symptoms and not enough addressing the problem. That's why you keep getting these symptoms and they seem to not go away.
Right.
But go ahead.
But Auntie, that's why I say it's a multi-pronged approach. You do need people that's focused on the symptoms. You do need people that's problem solving at the root cause. All right. You need people flanking from the left, from the right, running up the middle. Like you need all of that. And I think the fact that you know, we just stay so divided and can't even agree on something basic like we actually need each other in community. Like any father that hears the mother of your seed in distress and you have either an adverse reaction or you don't have a reaction at all. Like it's just, you know, well, because we low tier healthcare. Like what?
That's crazy.
So do y'all believe that if fathers was more present? Go ahead. Do y'all believe if fathers was more presence at the time of birth,
1000%.
their kids, that these women have better health care or health?
I would go a step further than that. Not just at the time of birth, through all of it, through the entire pregnancy and beyond. Because even if, and you know, knock on wood, I hope that would never happen to anybody. But I mean, if you have a rapport, you know, with the doctors and all of that stuff, when it's time for you to make a suggestion and talk about it, you can actually trust the doctors. Right now, you know, if you just present at the time of birth, you don't know who this doctor is, you don't have any type of rapport with them or anything. And then when it's up to the father to either make a suggestion or even make a decision, you know, in some cases, you know, if you marry, you're not going to know where to get your advice from.
So it's black men fault. I just want Auntie to acknowledge that the reason that the black women are having this problem is because the black men are not present.
Well, I mean, bro, there used to be a time when folks had the family doctor, the family physician. Now, I mean, dudes don't even go to the doctor, you know, with their woman or any of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like it's no togetherness. Now I know
that's the difference.
When my son was born, I was at every single doctor's appointment. Every single doctor's appointment.
And that's just to build off of that, and this is the reason why the women are also saying they rather be with the sister, because even when they was with their man or their husband, they still didn't get that protection that they needed. That man wasn't able to step up the right.
No, you can't. He going against everything we just said. If the man was there, the women have a safer experience.
Yeah, I mean, bro, if you just show up when the water breaks, bro.
They would if we had a culture of understanding that we need to be a little bit more vocal and a little bit more have a stronger presence within these situations. For example,
so you think that Chicago really gonna let something happen to his woman and he there? I think you can.
No, but he was more. So what Chicago Rilla is expressing that he was very vocal.
Most men will be.
His presence was felt. Majority of men is doing what Auntie is saying. They are not vocal. They are not present.
They're just showing up when the water breaks.
That's what I'm saying. They showing up when not even when the water breaks, bro. After they get the call, she had the baby.
No. I'm saying.
Hold on, either man. You gotta listen to what we are saying, bro. I don't know why this is difficult. Auntie brought us on that's very important. A lot of men are not present or vocal within these situations, and this is why we also have a problem. We need to have a culture when the men are being present and vocal. So when you are standing in that room, they are at least thinking twice before they try to let some bullshit go through and try to say that
that is a fact.
It's not in
That's
pain.
not true, though. Those men were right there with those women when they told them get out the hospital.
No, Diva, what you missing? Hold on, Diva. What you missing is that's what Auntie brought up, that a lot of these men are not present or vocal, and that's the issue that we are having. That, and this is why the women
and
are.
what I'm saying is the men was there trying to push back, and they still told him get out of here, and they had to take their wives and go wherever.
I couldn't
Again,
remember
and this
nothing
is
like
what I
that.
keep trying to impress upon y'all and get y'all to accept and acknowledge that you do not have power that are associated with men in this society.
No, I get that, Diva. I'm curious to know though, what men are you saying these are married couples or these are long-term relationships and they was there with a woman for their pregnancy and they went to deliver and the hospital told them to get out of there?
Yes, this happened several times over the last since the beginning of the year.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's something that's new to me. I'm gonna check that
Me
out, and
too.
that would definitely be
Yeah.
a hell of a topic, bro. Because that's not cool. I can remember being there every single step of the way. I had a rapport with the doctor, so I had advice on, how to make sure everything was straight in the household, make sure she was comfortable. I was there every
And
single
they
step of
sent
the
you
way.
home with homework. Like this
Like
is what you need
I
to
learned
do. Yeah.
a lot, but I had to be there for that, so that way she didn't
Yeah.
have to go through that together. So when we came in there and it's time to have the baby, and they induce in labor, like I'm there for everything. Everything was planned. Like there was never a doctor's visit without me there too.
Like like damn, that's just a crazy thing that Diva just brought into it. But like even like one of my female friends, homeboy wasn't there, and I took her to the hospital and I stayed there with her and made sure I stayed and rock with her. And they treat me like the baby daddy. They's like, "Oh, you the father?" I was like, "Yes." What we doing here? She looked at me like that. I'm like, just sit your ass down. We're gonna get this baby out. You don't need to tell these guys.
Ron said, I'm the pappy.
Hey, Sharon, I'll
check that
go a
birth
step further
certificate.
with
They
that
probably
too.
put your name on
Hey,
there.
not only was I there, I remember when they tried to tell me that only the father could be there, and I'm like, nah, the grandmother's got to be here too. Like for real. And they're like, oh, they can't be in there. I'm
Okay,
like,
well,
well, where
that's
can they
not what
be?
is
Nah,
going
hey,
on now, right? These women are in active labor and they're telling them they got to leave.
Crazy.
And those men weren't able to do anything about it.
Hey, Diva, do you know the reason why they were saying they had to leave by any chance?
One of them,
Do you
I
know
remember they were
detail?
saying like that she wasn't in labor.
Oh my God.
that is crazy, yo.
Yeah, but that's so sad. It's like why wouldn't we get back to midwives, home births, bath births? I just think that we
No, I
want to
agree
be a
with that.
part. We want to be a part of their system so bad that we get mad when they treat us like they treat us in their system.
No, but nobody's saying that. But getting doulas and midwives, not everybody know how to finagle their insurance to get that covered. That's number one.
Well,
It's
believe
easy
it or
to
not,
say when you're not having a baby.
I had a black woman that just actually signed up with services with my company. That's what she does. So a lot of women, especially black women, are starting those as small businesses. They're starting them on the side, as side work, and then trying to turn them into full-time businesses. So it is something that's coming up, doula businesses.
Yeah, more often. Yeah.
And a lot of black women are doing that. So shout out to them because that's definitely necessary.
Yeah.
Let me say this right quick, Sharon.
That's crazy.
Yeah, most people don't realize, they thinking about when the baby come out and you got the Pampers and stuff like that. We all know through history at this point in time that while the baby's in the womb, that's why people, hey, baby, give me all your stress and everything. Man, that stuff affects the woman more than anything. You absent is crazy work to a woman. It creates too much stress and stuff like that. They feel unsafe and this, that, and other. That's why people that know, when when it comes to having baby, it's easy to say have it in a baby pool or whatever, midwife and all that kind of stuff. It's easy to say that because men are not pushing out these babies. So we have to be empathetic to what women are saying at the end of the day. So even when I'm on these panels and stuff like that, man, I can't. Why do guys try to go at women like that? Like they're combative like that? I'm like, man, get the knowledge out of it. You want her to be feminine? You be a gentleman. How about that? We'll just try that in 2026.
Yeah, but I mean, the point that I think me, Sharon, Either Man, and even Rilla was saying, if you're there, like as a father, if you're there for the Lamaze classes, all of the OBGYN appointments, all of that stuff, you take your instruction on how to kind of, you know what I'm saying, just be a co-pilot through all of that stuff. So being kicked out of the hospital or out of the room when the process is going on, like that's unheard of, dude. I mean, I guess if you just show up, like when you get the call that the water broke or whatever, then maybe that can happen. But if you're there for everything, it's not gonna happen any other way.
She's just trying to tell you that it does happen. Because you covered your eyes and you didn't see it, don't mean it don't happen.
No. Diva brought up some cases from this year. No, she brought up cases from this year that we all agreed and said we need to research it because all of us was like, "Oh, this is new information." Nobody pushed back on that.
I'm just saying, I couldn't imagine going to all of those appointments, meeting with that doctor,
and then somebody tell you
and
get out
then
the hospital.
Pregnancy time, you know what I'm saying? When it's time to deliver the baby, that same doctor is in the room telling me to get the hell out.
Your
OBGYN,
OBGYN.
they're coaching me on how to pull that head out gently and telling me where to cut the damn cord.
That's correct.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. It's like when you look at, especially ladies that done had the same OBGYN doctor for the last 10, 15 years, and now they kicking you out the hospital. I can't even imagine.
That's what I'm saying. That's unheard of, dude.
And especially because like you kind of have somebody that you can actually really hold accountable, right? Like you're like, I know you know.
Yeah, I'm right.
Like I'm on a first name rapport with the doctor. What are you talking about?
You know, I know where your office is.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that's a fact.
But that's why it's a little bit more egregious to us, right? We like, whoa, that's and we need to have more conversations of changing the mental culture that. Man, we got to protect our women, right? Because for that man that was in there and his wife got kicked out, I don't know what that man. It's a lot for me to just even process. To be honest,
Could you imagine that, Sharon?
You know, like I can't imagine the helplessness that you might feel
as a man, let alone a woman, right? Like. Yeah.
So is it just a Washington thing? But a lot of birth in Washington that I've seen, they control the birth. Like they know what day it's gonna happen. They induce her early. It's more of a control.
But see, even inducing is not natural. But go ahead.
I understand that, but I'm saying because it sounds like it's just like the baby come out naturally. Just my friends here, they was like, hey, all of my friends here got induced. And it might be anecdotal, I don't know. But I thought technology and modern science have got away from not controlling the situation.
No, usually the doctors work
my ex
with
was
you.
induced. She was 3 weeks late after the due date. Baby just ain't.
Oh yeah, those situations when it's late, then I've heard that. I know, like I was saying with Ladybug, Dr. Fremont said, "I'm not delivering no baby on Christmas." I said, "Yeah, dog." So I do hear of situations like when there's a brief or when there's a medical issue, then inducing it certainly. But
no,
I
I'm saying
think
like with my kids, we had no medical issue, and all of my kids came 2 weeks exactly early. That was just what the OBGYN said.
Yeah, I mean, same for me. When Ladybug, so my boys, it wasn't like that. But when Ladybug was born, that was a Dr. Fremont thing, and I was just too young and idiotic to not know. Like, hey man, because that doesn't help either. Like pumping that medication, and their mother did not do an epidural. She did not want an epidural whatsoever.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these medical things that happen is because of epidurals. It's because of anesthesia.
That's part of it. Yep.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Getting back to the natural way, I understand that people say I'm not being considerate of the pain level of the woman, but I'm just telling you is putting these medicines inside of the body is making them have unnatural reactions.
Shut up, E.
Okay. Don't keep me up.
I think also we need to start pushing more resources for sisters to find out about these organizations that help Black women to try to kind of navigate around dealing with those white facilities that may kick them out and treat them like they did those sisters. Like I think we need to start pushing more resources for them because a lot of sisters don't know about them.
I think we need to build on what was set before us, right? You had the Black Panther Party. I know in Chicago alone, they was feeding 3,000 kids a week. You had a free health clinic that was owned and ran and staffed by people that look like you. I think we need to do that. I think in the interim, that could be useful.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
You're right. But I'm saying with the resources we're talking about maternal health, they have organizations that can help the sisters. Now, no disrespect, but we can't keep always just talking about some rebuilding while we in the air and working on the airplane. We have organizations now that we don't support like we should and pass the information.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I agree with that. Yeah, I was about to clean it up and say in the interim, I think that that step could be useful, but I think the long-term goal, it should always be continuing to build. It's not a rebuilding. I don't believe in reinventing the wheel and stuff like that. I think there are things that the ancestors and those who went to join the ancestors have left for us that we can build on and be successful. But we continue to abandon stuff and think we smarter and just try and reinvent the wheel every generation. But we don't have to do that.
I think it goes back to just what Sharon was saying. Look, the fathers need to be more involved. You just need to be more involved. And if you're going to leave the woman out there on her own, then yeah, she's going to be at the mercy of a broken system.
And them jokers need to be intentional about creating family, period, to be honest.
Not for real.
Yeah, because people just out here fucking, and then we expect... Wait, let me just say this and I'm going to go mute permanently because I got to get ready for work. People are out here just fucking. And then we expect them to be Heathcliff Huxtable, right? No, you need to be intentional about creating family and where you put your seed. Period. You can't leave these women and children out here vulnerable because it's continuing to contribute to the current status that we have. And we keep trying to problem solve for stuff and we're not doing the root cause analysis on it. So these brothers need to be... This is my whole thing. I don't do the whole women this, women that, and getting after women and holding women accountable. That's goofy shit to me, right? But the brothers, at least, man, let's be intentional. At least that's what I teach my sons. Be intentional about what you're doing, fam. And then we can start to build the family, which builds the neighborhood, which builds the community. But I'm on mute. Y'all got it, man. I'm on mute permanently.
So what he said.
And I was gonna say I agree with that, but it's like every time we had these conversations, we don't really, you know what I'm saying? We do a lot more bickering than really, like, that's why I brought up like saying some about resources for the maternal situation for sisters, is because we'll talk about that, but rarely do we bring up resources. Rarely do we point people into a direction like, what do you think about this? What about this? Like with the stuff I did in my community coming up, we had those things. So it's like, okay, let me start doing more of that on my videos that I make, because we can bicker back and forth all we want. But if I point out something like what y'all just said about young men, not just fucking and just having kids all over the place. If I say, all right, what about this program? What about Dads on Duty supporting them? They out there talking to the young men out there in Texas. And if somebody be like, yeah, fuck that. But it's like, but you in Texas, you can, get some young brothers signed to that program. I think that would really show who really wants to help build the community up versus who just talking.
But we gotta get to, again, I think we gotta keep building on thoughts like that and build a culture around that as being cool. We know how to make degenerate shit cool. We gotta figure out how to make the correct things cool. Once we figure that part out, we solve the whole crisis that we have for our young men. The issue is that all the wrong things is seen as cool. Everything is backwards. Smoking weed, that seemed as cool. So people do it from a young age to this day. Drinking seems cool. People do it young to this day. Now it's drugs. Before, drugs was not a cool thing. Somehow we made it cool to be on all types of drugs. And people are doing it at a young age to this day. So we got to figure out how to turn being productive back cool again. Because at one point when I was younger, being productive was cool. When the red, black, and the green was normal, and we knew what it represented. It was normal for a young black man to read Malcolm X's book. That was damn near a staple.
So can I
So
can
like,
I got my book.
I said, can I comment on something that y'all was talking about earlier? Or you know, because I wanted to comment on.
you didn't care, but none of the shit I was just saying.
No, I heard what you said, and I seen Dave
You ain't
Chappelle,
care.
the red, black, and green. That's his logo.
I
Yeah.
ain't talking about no goddamn Dave Chappelle.
He talking about back in the days when hip
I
hop made it
know.
cool to represent your culture and everything.
No, but the point that I'm saying is that I think Sharon got a point. The drugs are the problem. I think, and we don't say enough that the drugs are the problem. Like even the guys who say, "Man, I don't know how I got this crazy woman." The conversation that Sharon was talking earlier, because you was under the influence of drugs. And you was like, "Who can I smoke with? Who can I drink with? Who can I do these
He's
degenerate
a man.
things?"
A lot of times, so is she.
That's the point. That was my whole point. My whole point is if he would stop drinking and stop smoking, he would start being drawn to these types of women. And then he'll start being able to vet better because he'd like women would say, yeah, you want to smoke and chill or you want to do this. It just starts showing him how to separate what's bad women versus good women or whatever y'all want to say it or filter correctly. So that's the point that I'm making is we can't have degenerate thinking and then be mad if the women are degenerate too that goes along with that thinking.
Right, because like when the women say, "Well, you a lame, you corny, you don't want to drink and smoke, you don't want to have fun." If it's cool not to do those things, a man, me personally, but woman was to tell me like, "What? You mean that you don't drink? No, I don't. You don't smoke? No, I don't. You don't eat meat? No. What do you do then?" I have a great time every single day. I don't allow that. What I'm saying is that if I was dating and I came up with all those things and they would look at that as boring. You read books on vacation? What the hell is that? I would not allow that be I would not be scared to express those things and then be afraid of that woman saying, I don't want to be with a man like you, Sharon, because you're boring. That's good. I don't want your crazy ass neither.
Yeah, it's a filter. Yeah, that's the thing is if we start actually having a value system and a filter, a lot of these quote unquote women that y'all feel is not qualified for marriage, they would that you're unattractive. And then you have to find women that do like those things that makes them into a good wife. Antique.
But also,
we
either man.
also got to deal with the youth.
This is the
We
point
also
that
got to deal with the youth.
here's what it has to do with. In America, you have what's called an opioid epidemic right there. And two of the largest targets of the opioid epidemic, which they don't talk about. They talk about the Caucasian demographic that's being affected, but it's black women and black children, both boys and girls, are biggest targets and victims of the opioid epidemic. So that's an issue with drugs right there too.
No,
Okay?
Auntie, she's in
You
pain.
got,
Give her
I'm just saying,
medicine.
bro, you got a woman that's got back pain or had a car accident because she's got good insurance. All of a sudden, she's getting Vicodin, Percocet, Oxy, everything else. They're putting your children on all types of medication, and it's all types of dependencies on that too. And then it's antidepressant meds. They're giving it out like candy. You know, so when you're talking about a dependency on the system, which was the topic of the show, that's a big part of it too. That system is like they're like the biggest drug dealers on this rock.
In a way.
On the rock.
Well, America, they're the biggest drug dealers here. They're literally selling, giving out synthetic heroin.
Yeah.
You know,
Nah,
Sharon,
Your 16-year-old has a cavity. They're prescribing him Vicodin and Percocet at the same time.
No, they in
16-year-old.
pain. No, Sharon said they in pain. Give them the medicine. They know better what's best for them, Auntie. No, the doctor don't know.
No, I'm just saying you got a 10-year-old boy that can't sit still. They got all types of ADHD medication and everything else to dope him up.
Yeah, he's not
Those aren't
excited. He just
opioids,
needs
though.
pills.
Those are not opioids.
But they're
Well,
SSRIs.
they're not, but they're still drugs.
Are they not SSRIs though? Do they not affect the brain's composition?
If it is what?
An SSRI.
Is an SSRI an opioid?
No, but does it affect the
Okay,
brain's
so that's what I
composition?
said. Shadow, learn how to shut up.
When we're
Okay,
talking
does
about a
it affect-
dependency on drugs, Steve, I'm not just. I mean, I mentioned
Yeah,
the opioid
and
epidemic
I know
because
she
that's what
understood
they're
that.
calling it, but just a dependency on medication. Period is an issue. I'm not just talking about opiates. All of that different stuff, all of it. Your therapist is prescribing that stuff to you because you're depressed.
Typically, no, they
like
aren't.
all
Therapists
types of
usually
things.
don't prescribe
You know?
medicine.
See, and that's she's dependent drugs. Come on, man. You just said drugs are an issue, and she's
Psychiatrists
defending
prescribe
drugs.
medicine, not therapists.
She's defending drugs.
I'm not defending anything. I'm pointing out that you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
That part.
All right.
But what I was gonna say is, getting back to Sharon's main point about being more productive.
I'm with Sharon. Stay away from doped up women.
Go ahead, too strong.
That's why I'm trying to build the community center by using grants from the government, and getting us back to like actual community and stuff where we're working together, building together, learning together, and bringing back production and making it more popular and making it more fun for everybody. That way we are not idle, because that's the main thing that people use drugs for, because they're idle. They don't have nothing to do. But if they have a community center where they can go to, where there's hundreds of careers they can just jump
It's quite
into.
a complex subject to look into.
Huh? Go ahead, too strong. I think that was an accident.
Well, so there's like lots of careers they can jump into, and then those careers can also pay for the community center and the next generation to learn for free. I've been studying about this and putting everything together so I can build it properly. But hearing all your opinions is helping me also build it properly too. Making sure that the doctors are accountable and stuff. Let your doctors too.
Okay. That's what we need. We need some young men to at least attempt to do something so that you can figure it out while you're doing it. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to go through a lot of bumps in the road. Well, that's how you get better at your craft. So shout out to that young man. Keep doing your damn thing. Welcome to the show, Big Cat Pastor.
What up, man? I just want to know what in the medical hell is going on up here.
You allowing people to be doped up? That's what's the problem.
No, I think the problem is we're miscategorizing a bunch of drugs.
Okay.
And that's fine. That's fine if we want to do that. But y'all also are, that's misinformation. And I get it.
Correct the misinformation, my brother.
Well, a lot of those drugs are what we call stimulants. That's how Ritalin and a lot of ADH medications like Vyvanse, Adderall, those are stimulants. What they do is it gives you like a spider sense. It speeds people that are already hyperactive. If you speed them up a little bit more, they can focus in, they can lock in. So that's how they work. And SSRIs or serotonin, there's pretty much a serotonin receptor inhibitor. It inhibits the
It's reuptake
serotonin.
inhibitor.
It inhibits the serotonin from being from actually connecting to the serotonin receptors. And what that is, and when you do that, it's supposed to supposedly mood stabilize someone. It's a mood stabilizer. And when it comes down to opioids, I do agree that they should not make morphine lollipops, the lauded popsicles to give to kids. They do. And one side of me said, well, I'm sick, unfortunately. But one side of me says that
What you mean, the head? What you mean?
probably both. But I got a summer cold. Got maybe the hantavirus. I don't even know. I'm just messing with you.
Oh boy, don't boy.
Better stop eating that booty.
Man,
Hey,
Yeah.
what the hell?
don't say that.
You got
Anyway,
pink eye?
no, I do not have pink eye. I'm good.
Mm.
But anyway, man, it's I do think that is reaching, but at the same time, when a child breaks their arm and they're in a whole lot of pain, and you can't really hold them down. To a certain extent, you have to give these kids ketamine. You have to give these kids Dilaudid. You have to give these kids morphine. It sucks, but it's a reality of what we have to do.
No, you don't. That's
Yes, you do. You never dealt with a broken arm, broken
I
leg
have.
child
That's a
and had to fixate it. You've never had to do it. You never had to put Buck's traction
okay.
or any form of traction on a
You're
child
right.
that broke their leg for to try to heal and those growth plates try to come back. I'm telling you, man, it's hard to put down a hurt child, dog. They fight at a different level and they crash extremely quick. It's you got to get in there and get it done, and it sucks. I don't. The parents don't like it. We don't like it, but it has to be done. You have to give these kids strong opioids, because if you don't, you won't be able to get them where they need to get. It
Okay.
just is what it is.
Pastor,
So,
what?
Pastor, question: do
That's
opioids have
crazy.
anything to do with the black women's maternal mortality rate? Because somebody was trying to link it to opioid, I guess, abuse or use or whatever. But most of the black women opioid deaths are from fentanyl, not
Mhm.
opioids
So
that are prescribed. So go ahead.
so I do. So when black women die, well, when black women lose their life in childbirth, a lot of times it's from placenta abrevia, or from what we call a form of bleeding, or what we call gestational diabetes, and also they become preeclamptic. What we mean by preeclamptic is their blood pressure is extremely high, and then they become what we call eclamptic, where their blood pressure gets even higher, and that causes bleeding during pregnancy. So a lot of black women don't technically die from opioid issues or epidural issues. And the baby, a lot of times they lose their life due to preeclampsia and eclampsia, hypertension issues, and bleeding.
Mm,
Thank you.
okay.
No, nobody tried link the
Pastor.
two.
Oh shit.
Nobody linked the two. And when you're talking about even the overdoses on fentanyl, that usually starts with prescribed medication, and then the prescription runs out, and people go on the street and look for the street equivalent, and then they end
Not
up
for black
ODing on
people.
fentanyl.
Not for black people.
Hey, can we try to erase? We know that opioids has been here for over 8,000 years. So we blaming the opioids now because it damn sure ain't worse than the crack epidemic. They tied that in systematically, and you get arrested for having this type of substance and stuff like that. Imagine if they did that with opioids. That would be crazy, because the people that are getting affected are those American Indians and stuff like that, and then black people. Now, however, because there's more white people here, so guess what? They got more of the cases. But if you break the numbers down, it's us that's still getting affected by the opioids. But they've been here. They've been doing that other stuff with that fentanyl and stuff like that. And all the ODs and stuff that's occurring today, man, that's what made it an epidemic at this point in time, because opioids have been here for since 8,000 years, big time in the Civil War. They trying to fix what they've already done. They know what this stuff do.
And Pastor, Chicago
yes,
Real with
yeah.
5 says, can Pastor answer the show question? The show question is this, Pastor.
Mhm.
Are black women safer with the system than a black man?
The system has a safer fall than a relationship.
Ooh, shit. So you saying yes, they are safer with the system?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, at the end of the day, man, nothing is perfect. And if the relationship doesn't end perfectly, the fall isn't as soft as the system. It just is what
Damn.
it is.
Yeah, I think today 90% of men said they are safer with the system.
I think all.
Wow.
Isn't it all?
No, you
Nah,
didn't. You said no.
I said emotionally
Yeah.
they're safer with the system, but financially, mentally, and physically, no, they're not safer with the system.
Yeah, you say no. Shadow say no.
I didn't
Ant
say no. I
Chicago.
started by saying yes.
Oh shit! So Chicago Rilla, Auntie, and Shadow says no. That's why I say around like 90%.
Well, the
So Shadow says that he believed that black women as a whole is not safe.
Oh no, you're right. You're right. Auntie and Chicago Rilla. And
Well, the
I'm
re-
in between. I'm more of a nuance to the answer. It's very this question is actually kind of difficult for me.
Well, man up and answer
No,
the question.
I absolutely did say that black women will be safer with black men at the end of the day.
Well,
That's what I said as a whole.
the reason why I say
Ridiculous.
that is the system has WIC, has Medicaid. No, it's a Medicare. It has Medicare,
Welfare.
welfare. It has it helps with housing. It
I mean, the
assists in
thing.
housing heavily, and
It
housing
doesn't,
is an issue. It assists
So
in
like
housing
it,
heavily.
I
and
ain't
it
gonna lie.
doesn't
So
require anything.
even then,
Again, though, that's addressing the symptom, not the problem. If you need assistance with housing, you know the issue is you can't afford to keep a roof over your own damn head. That's the issue.
no. So the
And
thing
how
is
is a
that
black man
like
gonna help with that?
Yeah, y'all ain't gonna
I mean,
figure
I
it
don't have a problem
by
keeping a roof
by
over
adding
my
another
head.
income.
But
Like, I
look,
don't
By
have a
adding
roof.
another income.
A
I can keep a
small
roof
home.
over my head just fine.
I think y'all
It is.
missing
How can you
the
be
problem.
financially
Yeah, we're
safer
not talking about
when
you
y'all don't have no
personally.
jobs to give out?
Yeah, we're not talking about you personally.
They ain't got
That's
no
why
jobs to give out.
and that's why the question is so difficult, because when you really like just really map this out, it's like it's hard to say they safer with black men at this point. It's really difficult to actually say it and be honest about it. The Chicago Road to $5 says, "Let the record reflect. I did not say that they are safer with the system. He is fight the power." You know, so like
he's still
Hey,
losing.
Pastor.
See, I'm a management nigga, so I probably should not have said that. Because
Right, that's fair.
I'm
But
getting.
I'm glad that you. But I'm glad that we, because that's one thing. One of the things I had a preface for that. We got to deal with this conversation, deal with the truth, and deal whatever the truth deals towards us. Right, we just got to deal with that, so this way we can actually do something about it. At least mentally do something about it. It starts with we got to create a new culture of thinking, of critical thinking with our brothers. We really do. Like we have to change the way how we think. We got to change the way how we eat. We got to change the way how we communicate if we want to actually move this thing.
But Sharon, is it even fair to have black men go against $1 billion or $1 trillion system?
Yes.
It's not. It's not, because
Yes.
because I believe, because I know I believe that white women are better with the system than white men, because they can't compete with it. That's what I'm saying. You can't compete with a system that's $1 trillion system.
No. We have to compete. That's
You don't
the
have to
only way we
compete with the system.
We have
Like
to.
I said,
So the
you
reason,
can work the system and make sure the system works for you. But you can only do that together, or else you're going to be a victim of it. But I agree with either man. Like, you know what I'm saying? How are you going to compete against $1 trillion conglomerates? And why would you try to compete against the system? That's stupid.
because it's somebody that beat that system, right? We know for a fact that a lot of we cannot
Who
keep
beat the
looking at
system?
everything and defeat it. So right, so Facebook at one time they defeated a system that was before them. Netflix beat Blockbuster before that. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of things have changed, cultures have changed, mentality has changed, and this is why we need our mentality culture to change. Because once our mentality culture change, then we can actually push out real change into society as well. Like we witness literally the Rembrandts have a mentality change throughout men, and it changed the way how we communicate about relationships, the way how young men all communicate in the real world about relationships. So we gotta have a mental culture shift so we can actually move things forward.
All right, so Sharon, that's where my pushback comes from. Companies like you just mentioned, Netflix, Facebook, they didn't beat the system. They won within the system, and that was a system of capitalism.
Thank you.
Okay, that was a system of capitalism. They played the game and they won. You know, the game had a set of rules that they played by, and then they even changed some of those rules. But they competed within the system, and they won. So this is the system that you got trying to compete against the system. Why tear it down? It's the only system we got.
Hold on, but we're not trying to fight against capitalism and overthrow the government. That's not one of the things that is on the chopping block at the moment.
No. But what I'm saying is, this is what I believe. I seen the small hat community all go out and get food stamps. It was a whole thing. They joined the system. They said we're gonna do our own kinds of marriages where these women are separate in the government eyes, and they went out and they literally abused the system. And they got ahead. So should black people be abusing the system to get ahead? Because that's almost what it sounds like. If we're gonna keep comparing ourselves to them, let's do what they did.
Yeah, I mean that's another mental culture shift. So it's an option. We see that option.
I would agree, but just like you
the
said,
thing I'm confused about is we keep having this conversation and we keep saying that.
But before she goes, now real quick, that's the end game though. He said get ahead. You can abuse the system, you got to get ahead. But if you just abuse the system and stay within it, you're not getting ahead.
Ideas tend to do what they did. That's part of the issue. Yeah. We need y'all to be thinkers.
And notice she keeps saying we need y'all, and it's not a one-party system. I think both parties are necessary.
I think what she's pushing for is leadership by proxy. She's pushing leadership by proxy. She's going to tell you how to think,
Auntie, please stop talking
but doesn't want to do the thinking for you, but tell you that you should be thinking. But you're the smartest one in the room, Diva, but you want other people to do the thinking. Please make up your mind.
I'll send you the money.
If you're the smartest one in the room, why aren't you doing the thinking?
Taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Dang.
We can be disrespectful, and we can be gone too.
I do think that thinking is I do think that we need to think. I do think that we need to think more. No. I do think we need to think more.
No. I'm listening to people talk. Yeah, I'm listening. We listen.
Hold on. So the issue is, right? I'm literally saying that we got to learn how to culturally, critically think. That is one of the main issues that we are having. And I want to know, do anybody have pushback about having a culture of critical thinking?
No.
No, not
Even
at
Master?
all. Not at all.
Master?
Not at all.
2 Cent?
No.
Too strong? All right.
No, not at all.
So I push back against black men reading a bunch of books and trying to become critical thinkers through other men's thoughts. I think that we need to get more life experience, more hands-on experience to create our own thoughts. I heard a lot of brothers they can quote. We can quote Bible scripture. We can quote books from all types of black authors and white authors and a bunch of other men. But I really believe that every man on this panel, every man in the chat has his own thoughts that he can really do great with if he starts to build on those thoughts and have experience with his own thoughts.
That's crazy. Now you're talking crazy. The reason you're talking crazy is because every thought in our mind was planted at some point in time. So this idea that you just woke up as a baby and you had your own thoughts and it was nothing embedded inside of you is a crazy ideology.
Hold on. No. That's not what he said. So if if my parents installed these values in me and then I question them and then I do my own research and critically think about what is good and what is bad. Those are not my thoughts now.
No, you just went to go get somebody else. When you did your research, you went to go get another thought that you believe was superior.
No. So if somebody gave me something and then I went and did my own research and then I put the two together and then I critically think and say, hey, I like to, and I figure something out. Once I come to that conclusion, you saying that is not my thought?
No, so this is what I'm saying. So if the law of gravity, right? If somebody taught me the law of gravity and I was studying the law of gravity and I thought that was the most superior thought, then people start explaining to me the law of lift, which is a more superior thought, right? What I am saying is, since I educated myself, because I think we should read. I don't know why we saying black men shouldn't read. That's crazy, right? We should be able to read to be able to elevate our thinking. I'm not saying that we're not critically thinking, but it's still that knowledge typically comes from someone else's thoughts that came before us.
No,
When black men read, we just become a product
that's
of what we
fine when
read.
you add other people into it. But what I'm saying is that we have element A, we have element B. I combine those two, and then now it's element C. Are those not my thoughts?
I'm thinking, is your thoughts birthed from other people's thoughts? How about I meet you in the middle? What the point that I'm trying to say is, I am a big advocate that black men, hold on, I want to be clear. We should not be telling black men to stop reading. Because that's what Pastor attended point was like, stop reading and taking other people's thoughts and then just let something build in your head from the universe.
Right,
That's crazy.
experience. So that's fine. You
Man,
can
read
take
all
the
these
reading thing.
books.
I think we definitely need to educate ourselves in all forms of fashion and not exclude reading from it. I think that's kind of wild. But at the same time, to say that we can't learn to critically think and start to draft our own thoughts is just a wild statement.
No. So I want you to understand what I'm saying, right? I think that black men need to critical think, and we all agreed on that point, right? I'm not saying that. But to critical think, we need to be able to go read books, grab information from a lot of places, and be able to critically think to be able to process that information to put it out in a way that makes sense to us. That's the point that I'm making. Like
I
I'm telling
disagree. It creates information overload. When you read and read another man's thoughts. Black men can read all the books on finance and have all like niggas got like all the black men up here know something about finance and ain't none of us rich. No, nigga, stop reading about finance and go out here and and think about how to make some money. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. So let me give you an example. Like we know the famous snowball effect, right? The snowball effect is a way for a person to get out of debt, pay the highest interest rate, depending on how you look at it, right? I believe that is knowledge that can be able to do it. Now, it's a difference between having knowledge and applying knowledge. What you said is black people are not applying the knowledge that they have. We can have that different conversation, but I think they should still have the knowledge. It is still a skill to get out of debt, Pastor.
Absolutely.
No, it's not a skill.
That is
It's information overload. Because if you read something that you cannot apply to your life, you've learned nothing.
I get it. Because you're
learned
arguing applying. Hello, let me say. So I was in debt when I left the military. I started reading books that talk about the snowball effect, getting out of debt, all these different things to be able to do it. I applied that knowledge, right, to me getting out of debt, right? So my question that I'm asking you, right, was the book was the problem, or is it the people that do not apply the knowledge that they got from the book?
Good question.
The book was the problem because while
That's
they were
crazy.
sitting there playing around with them pages, yes, while they were sitting around there playing with that distraction, the book, they could have had their ass out here figuring it out. They got the mental capacity. I don't care what you wrote down. Only God and the Bible wrote down the truth. All you niggas is just writing opinions. I'm not reading no more of your literature. I'm out here living and getting the experience.
So So,
We learn.
so I think the crazy part is that there's a lot of people just out here living their experience, and they are showing that that is not working.
They failing in life. That's what they do.
Exactly.
No. They're not intentional in life. It's almost like shadow boxing. If you got to shadow box with intentions. You got to know what you're working on: jabs, crosses, blocks, teeps, checks. You got to know what you're doing while you're. That's the
I
education. That's the
agree.
knowledge
No,
part. That's the knowledge
I
part.
agree. No, I agree. You should read with intentions. That's the point that I'm making. The whole point that I'm trying to help you understand is if I'm reading a book with the intentions to get out of debt, it makes sense. It's the intention, not the book.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a fair. I don't think you should argue that,
I can
Pastor.
meet you
And also,
halfway
we
on
need
that.
to
I can
have
meet you halfway.
I think we also should have mentorship. I think that's another thing. That's kind of like what pastors talk about as well, right? Mentorship is something important as well because that is the life experience. That's like with the boxing. You have a mentor that is telling you how you move in and run. This is why you shadow box in the first place, so you can work on your form, work on protecting yourself, work on your feet, seeing where your punches is coming from. So we gotta also add in
But that's
what
active
Edelman is
learning,
saying.
though. That's active learning. That's not just sitting around reading a book. That's active learning.
I don't think you should fight Edelman on this one, Pastor.
Right.
With the overarching part, I don't think you should fight this. Let me welcome back Chicago
Okay.
Rilla as well. You have something to say, Pastor? Okay.
No, I will give up.
It looked like y'all landed. I only came back only.
I overstepped on no books. I overstepped on that.
Okay.
And he caught me. So I overstepped.
All right.
Big man shit.
Go ahead,
I
Rilla.
have nothing to add. You know, I only pulled up the what we telling cats not to read.
Right.
Well, y'all settled it. I'm not gonna belabor the point. I'm on mute.
Yeah. He fixed it. Yeah, at the end of the day, my man fixed it, what he was saying. Yeah, because that's how we learn, through written text. It's throughout the time. Through written text, we can learn. Knowledge is power and that type of deal. You can still soak up the knowledge of what someone is trying to say and whatever, and you get your interpretation out of it. I don't think he really meant, dog, y'all quit reading. People learn different ways. You don't have to have a book. You can have people saying it to you. But
Need a book.
yeah, that's big man. You're a big man for that saying that what you just said, bro.
Hold on, no, 2 cents. No, we got to stop that. No, get a goddamn book. Read.
Yeah, that's
Do
what I'm
y'all
saying.
understand that? Wait. The difference is I could listen to an audio.
Go ahead.
He cut out. He cut
Yeah,
out.
somebody cut it. Yeah, he cut out. He said,
No. I'm mentoring these young men.
Let me say
Oh,
this.
go ahead. Yeah, cut out. Go ahead.
Yeah, my bad. I'm walking back in the house real quick. Let me
You muffled.
Jesus Christ. Somebody trying to call me.
Okay.
Jesus
Why
Christ.
do you do that? Hold on, listen.
Let me just say this
take the
real quick,
call.
Eda, man. No, I ain't taking these phone calls. Let me say this real quick. Do y'all understand that when you read a book, you access a different part of your brain that causes you to critically think versus when I listen to information? Like, do you understand you activate your imagination when you're reading something, even if you're not reading a novel, you're reading something nonfiction. You're literally having to conjure up the thought. You're having to visualize in your mind's eye.
No, that's the problem. Too many of our elders read these comic books.
Wait.
And,
No, we're not talking comic
reading.
books. Hold on. Okay, let me turn this camera
Too
on.
many of our elders read comic
playing
books.
with the wrong one.
and they out here thinking that they Thor. Like, we got grown ass men, angry man, up here thinking he Thor, up here thinking he no, dog. Y'all niggas that read too many books, dog. Y'all read too many comic books, too
Pastor,
many
what's this?
too many
This is
fictional
just a
books.
portion of it. What is this?
Right.
We
Yeah,
talk.
you got
Listen,
Nigga, them books
I
is trash,
literally
nigga. All them books
look.
is trash.
No. I literally was in the bookstore
Books
when
is
Diva
trash.
was talking about this book and said, "God dog, I came across it," and we read that as a collective.
Nigga, that book is trash.
We did.
No, hold on. So
That
no,
book is
this.
trash. You wasted your money.
Hold on,
No,
Pastor.
hold on.
You wasted your money. You should have bought some socks, nigga.
Hold on. But Pastor,
You should have bought a pack of socks.
We read it as a collective, though.
Right, and was able to build and exchange thoughts off of that. Yeah, you tweaking, fam. Yeah,
No,
and this
yeah.
is just vinyl
No,
I got
I'm
mixed in.
not.
That's just a portion
No,
of
I'm
the
not. Them
library,
books.
right? We building libraries over here, Sharon. That's
Yes,
what we doing.
I
Yeah,
just,
my
and I
my
want to be
homeboy got
clear.
a
Hold on.
library.
I want to be clear, and I'm not telling you to read the
Hey,
book
hold on,
one time. Go ahead.
before you be clear, Edith, man, I want people to understand too. If you have enough books, you can register your house as
That's a
a
library.
library.
Oh, I didn't
And
know
it
that. I got
will
to
be,
look into that. That's
yeah,
the other
and
portion.
it would be property tax free, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know that. I got to look into that.
So I want to
Yeah,
be
that is
clear.
true. One of my homeboys do that shit.
I want to
That's
be
what's
clear
up.
too. I'm not telling people to read a book one time. I'm telling them to read it 6, 7 times. Read the same book.
Sure.
Because
Mm.
I was having this conversation with this young guy that I'm mentoring, and I said, "What did you learn from that book?" And he didn't retain it. Now I agree with Pastor if you just going through a book to say you did it and you don't retain the information. And I told him to read it again. He was so upset. He was furious with me because I said, "You waste your time if you went through that book and didn't retain anything." I said, "Here go a notepad. Write down chapter from chapter the information. Digest the information." Because I'm not telling people just to look at the pages and know and be able to acknowledge the words. I want you to extract something out of this that you can apply to your life. It's one of the most
That's
powerful things
active
ever.
learning. That's active learning. That's not reading. That's active learning. That's not reading. Reading is basically what you explained earlier is reading. Now what you explained later is active learning. You have to react with the book. That's not just reading. That's active learning. I mean, and we can argue the difference, but I think that's more active learning than just
You
reading
double
a book.
down. Hey, bro, you good. You good. You double down on it. I'm like, bro, you're not going to win that about reading. I mean, reading is fundamental or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I give you props. You double it down on it. But no, I don't think he.
I ain't giving him props on that. We
No,
got kids
no,
reading at a
he
6th grade
got hard.
level. You
He
got
got hard.
Casanat on stream. Y'all done ran Casanat off. This brother that took a whole journey showing y'all he reading and looking up words and all stuff, and y'all done shamed him into oblivion. Now we saying don't read. He can't even pronounce basic words. That's diabolical.
That is.
Pronunciation of words does not mean the intellect of. See, this something called dialect, and I have a southern dialect. Therefore, you would think I'm mispronunciating it, but I know exactly what I'm talking about. It's all about my knowledge, my nigga. You get caught up on you well-read niggas.
Well,
You sound a
your
certain
applied
way.
knowledge, is what matters most. And how do you even acquire knowledge? Right?
Thank you.
If I put
Through
your lived
experience, you
experience,
acquire knowledge through
that's one way.
You acquire knowledge through experience.
That's one way. That's one way.
That's the best way.
No, it's not. Why can I
That's the best way.
acquire knowledge through Chicago experience, through him writing it on paper? Like, that's what I'm saying. I don't have to bump my head 1,000 times for me to be able to
Proxy
get knowledge.
experience is not learned experience.
Right. And
That's just
I
the
got two
warning.
questions.
That's just the warning.
Is Black Beauty Gaming in the chat? I need to know because I'm supposed to be doing something for her, and if her ass ain't here, then she ain't gonna see it again. Also, shout out to a random independent. Read a page from HP, Pastor. I'm trying to see something.
Yeah, so that's the
From
point
Harry
that
Potter. Read the Harry Potter page. Yeah, like that. They hit Mayweather with that. See, Mayweather can actually read a Harry Potter page. He just didn't do it because what does it mean? What does it mean to read Harry Potter? What does it mean to read it? Nothing. How can you apply Harry Potter to your life?
the crazy part about it, you think I could
You magical ass niggas.
the crazy part about it is that you think that I can read Warren Buffett experience and draw from his experience. I got to go invest for myself.
Shout out to Charlie Munger. Exactly, E.
I'm just telling y'all, like we got to stop this in the black community. Talking about stop reading. The white man told y'all that y'all ran with it.
That's not in the Black community. He's talking from anecdotal experience, and that's his experience. And I respect. I'm just gonna respect that because his opinion on that. Come on, bro. You sitting here talking to us, talking about not. You tell me the successful people that lived on this earth that did not read or comprehend the stuff that they got, the knowledge they got from reading. You know, anecdotally,
all of them. Bill Gates will drop out.
you can say that.
Elon Musk will drop out.
Hey,
Candace
2
Owens will
cents.
drop
Do you
out.
know what? 2 cents. Do you know
All these
what
niggas dropped out. They should
pastor's
forget reading, and they might just go
certification
get
and
this
profession
money.
is?
What?
Huh?
Bullshit.
Pastor, what is your certification and profession?
Man,
that required you to
No,
read.
don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there. Why you do that for?
Pastor, why you can't answer the question? Didn't you have
It's
to
not real.
read?
It's not real. It's not.
Didn't you have to
I'm real.
read?
My
Yeah, he's
clinicals matter.
trolling.
My clinicals matter so more. My clinicals matter so much more.
Absolutely.
My
You had to
clinicals.
apply
Let me tell
that
you.
knowledge
No.
after
Forget
you
that.
read.
Forget that. My clinicals taught me way more than anything I
Agreed.
read.
I agree with you, but you had to read first.
Well, they made me read before. They could have just they made me read before. I didn't want to read. They made me
That's
do
what
that
happened.
shit.
Somebody
They
made him
made
read.
me
Now
do
he
that
mad.
shit.
Now
Now
he
they
don't
They
made
want
made
nobody
you
else
me
to
read.
read,
read.
nigga. I was like,
All
nigga,
right,
I'm
I'm
gonna
on mute.
read this shit. I want to do it. I want to do it. I want to read it. I want to do it. And so
No, so
I
we
had to read it.
We
So they made me
not
read
saying
it.
that you
That
shouldn't
joke is
do it.
crazy.
Hello, let's be clear. We are saying that you should do it too. We said that you should have actions after what you did, but you could read about certain things in the body from a surgical point of view and then act on those things. I would not want somebody working on my body and it was their first time and they ain't read a book. That sounds crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Damn,
Is
it was
he
a
trolling us or what? I don't know. I never.
The best surgeons have more on the field experience. I'm telling you, the best
But they
surgeons
read
that's
are
fine.
first.
not just
That's fine.
readers. They're
Nah,
not
that's
just
fine.
readers. They can actually do
Nobody's
it.
arguing nobody's arguing just readers. Everybody's saying that you got to read and then apply that read knowledge into the real world. The poll says out of 181 votes, but we don't even got 150 likes. How crazy is that, Chicago? We got 181 votes, but we don't even have 120 likes.
I think they playing games. I think they just want to hear the vice president cut up. I think they just want to hear him act a fool.
I think we need to read less and do more.
Isn't it interesting? Warren Buffett read about 500 pages a day. He's one of the wealthiest men that we know.
That nigga
Well,
don't be reading that
but
shit.
that's
He's a
but that
liar. He
one is
don't
a
read
little
that shit.
difficult
His
to
old
use.
ass.
I mean, hold on, but he might do it. But he's in a position where he could do that, right? That's a lot of pages every single day. 500 pages is a lot.
Sitting around
And
reading
plus,
500
he might
pages.
be, and plus, we don't know what kind of pages he actually reading. They might have
And he
to.
out of shape. And he out of shape.
pages.
And so the poll came up. 53% says yes. Black women are safer with the system than with black men. 53%.
So only Chicago really disagree with that, right? Well, he was the only
Chicago
one.
Rilla
That's probably on stage now. Probably, yeah.
Yeah, on stage now.
Yeah.
And listen, let me say this too. I think
you talking oh no.
Oh, is Auntie still up here?
No, Auntie gone.
No,
I think Auntie was the well, I don't know. I think
he wasn't being quiet.
And
the reason why he gone Chicago Rilla, I got a switch that said face ass.
Oh man, shout out to Big L, man.
Yeah, he wouldn't stop talking when she said stop talking.
When this the thing with Diva. Oftentimes, I think when she speaks, some stuff is hard for men to hear, right? And then the inclination is to lash out at her. I think that's wrong. I think you need to hear what women are saying, assess, internalize, make the adjustment. I think that's more of an indictment on us if we're saying, even if men are saying that women are safer with the system. I understand that the sisters say, hey, I'm safer with the system, right? These women chose the bear, right? They chose the bear. So, but if we're saying they're safer with the system, then that's a lot of self-reflection that we got to do. And we got to be intentional about building.
Yeah, that's the
We
first thing.
ain't got to do no
Not
self-reflection.
because not
No, we don't, because we can't compete with the system.
I thought y'all hashed that out already.
because
I
you
don't
can't
think you're
compete with
trying to
the
compete with the system. You got up here talking about trillions of dollars. Somebody was talking about trillions of dollars and this, that, and the third, whoop-de-whoop, which made no sense to me, right? Because you get startups that compete with multi-million-dollar businesses all the time.
in a free
No, they
market,
don't.
quote unquote, economy. So I'm
No, they
not
don't.
trying to compete with the system. What I'm trying to do is build community.
I get
Who
that, but at the
compete with
same time,
Walmart?
what you can't promise every woman a husband and every man a wife, and that's where I think the system ultimately is going to win
You're
because
talking
you're
about safety nets
banking.
for a few, though.
No, so you're banking on a whole lot of people getting together and staying together.
What I'm
That's it. I can't. I did my damn best. God damn it. I've been really trying. God damn it. Got me fighting for my. I feel like goddamn Trey when he walked out. Like Trey out this bitch. Goddamn. Any final thoughts, Diva?
Ciao. Bye, y'all.
nothing wrong with being.
Hype me up.
Let me